lined up to get to Capital One Arena this morning. I want to talk with one of the first people in line here, Jonathan, who tells me he is from the Netherlands. And you said you got out here at 7:30 last night.
7:30 last night. It was indeed really early, but I came all the way from the Netherlands. And I thought if I want to attend, I have to be early. So I thought I'm just going for it. And I did it. Here I am.
What's it been like being outside the song?
Awesome, actually. And met a lot of new people from all over the world, America, Australia. So the vibe here is really good, yeah.
And tell me, what are you hoping to hear today? What do you want to experience?
Well, what I'm hoping to hear, especially from President Trump, is for Americans to secure the southern border, but also to increase NATO spending to more than 2%, for instance, but also an end to the war in Ukraine for just conditions for Ukraine.
And then how are you dealing with the fact that this did have to move inside because of weather?
It is what it is, but it's really cool. So actually, I'm now a little bit happy that's inside. Of course, it would be better at the National Mall, but it is what it is.
I see everybody walking around trying to keep warm,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, I did it as well, because at some point you're just going to get cold.
All right. Well, Jonathan, thank you so much for talking with us. And we're going to be talking with everybody here in a second. More hits live this morning, but I want to show you again just the crowd. Now, some of the stuff from last night has not exactly been cleaned yet. Folks are trying to keep the area clean as best they can. We're talking about the victory rally, though, that was held last night here, right? There were many of these crowds also here last night to hear the president-elect speak, and thousands were roaring at his part of the speech when he talked about his plans for the next 4 years, as well as discussing some of the 200-plus executive actions Donald Trump plans to sign as soon as he takes office. I want to play some of that for you now.
Imagine all of the good things that we will accomplish together with 4 more years in the White House, and we're going to do a lot of things. You're going to see something tomorrow. You're going to see executive orders that are going to make you extremely happy, lots of them.
Hey guys, just a heads up, if you're planning to attend the presidential inauguration parade at Capital One Arena today, 4th and 8th Street Northwest is the only checkpoint, and then the attendees are being directed to 9th and G, where we are located, but you can't actually enter through 9th and G. You have to go down to 10th, and that may move as more people come. Right now, we've been directed to 10th to get in line and get to this location where we are. For residents, a heads up as well, for Chinatown and Judiciary Square residents, 9th and H, and also 3rd and G are your access points, and police, Secret Service, Capitol Police, everyone just making sure to remind everyone, make sure you have your license that shows your proof of address. We'll be talking more with the crowd as the morning goes on, guys. I'll send it back into you.
Hey, Stephanie, thank you very much. Boy, it is a busy day out there, to say the least. And, of course, with the massive crowds, you just got to be worried about how people are going to be feeling out there. Of course, we're looking at temperatures right now, what, 26 degrees? But I bet it feels a whole lot worse. So ahead of today's ceremonies, the DMV saw some wintry weather yesterday. As a few of you saw some snowflakes. You're looking at it right here. Now, these are shots from Fox 5 Skycam showing the mix of sleet and snow that hit our region. Taylor's here now with what we can expect today and the rest of the weekend. Taylor, boy, I mean, we just got finished with a huge blundery, blistery, snowy mess a few weeks ago. Now today, we're still trying to push some of that stuff out of the way.
Yeah, there's more. Yeah, there's more. There's certainly going to be some icy spots out there this morning, because anything that did fall yesterday and either melted briefly or had the chance to refreeze overnight, just because it's so cold out there. So here's a look at some of the snowfall totals. Again, we didn't see a whole lot of snowfall, especially in the metro areas like D.C., under an inch reported there. Baltimore under an inch as well, really because that shot of cold air took a little bit longer to get in here. So a good period of the day, we dealt with some rain and even some sleet mixed in. Live temperatures right now are well below freezing. We're in the 20s. I know this is going to be a major headline all day long. If you're heading out to Inauguration Day, make sure you bundle up, just because this is where temperatures will be pretty much all day long in the teens to 20s. The wind will kick in as well, and that's what's going to make that huge difference. It's going to feel like the single digits out there all the way throughout the rest of today, and it's going to get even colder tonight. Today looks dry, though. We'll gain some sunshine. That will at least be a nice sight. Mid-20s by noon, low 20s by 5 o'clock. Annie Mae?
Thank you. Right now, 4:11 to your time. We'll go ahead and take a look at GW Parkway to start. This is north and southbound direction. This is closed due to icy conditions, so obviously everything Taylor's been talking about between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. Just use Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning. Here's a big list of everything that's going to be closed for the inauguration today. Your best bet if you're headed out the door is definitely going to be to be to use Metro. Of course, do a lot on foot if you are headed through the D.C. area. A lot of people do have today off, so keep that in mind as well. But there's a full list on fox5dc.com. Also great, inauguration.dc.gov. That's all we got in terms of your roads. Stick with us. We'll be back after a quick break.
Fox 5. We appreciate Fox 5 DC for that extensive coverage as they go to a quick break, giving you a live look. They're at the nation's capital, the White House there on your screen here at 4:14 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .417 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. We're on the air a lot earlier on this Monday. As we know, it's January 20th. It's MLK Day, also Inauguration Day. The tweets flowing in early this Monday morning from different city officials as we are learning how they plan to help and aid Inauguration Day. We see Miami PD putting out early this Monday saying the City of Miami Police Department is fully prepared to contribute to the safety and security efforts alongside numerous other law enforcement agencies from across the nation in anticipation of President Donald Trump's inauguration. They say, God bless America. And you can see Miami PD there on the bus, all smiles, some not so happy as they had to wake up early. But nevertheless, they are there heading to make sure that Inauguration Day is a peaceful one for a peaceful transition of power. So I wanted to share that with you. We see that Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick break. Let's check back in.
Welcome back in. Watching today's inauguration in person will be one of the hottest tickets in this cold town right now. More than 200,000 are expected to attend the ceremony. And if you are getting there by Metro, well, there's certainly a lot that you need to know this morning.
That's right. It's going to be a mess, as Annie Mae just mentioned. So let's get to Melanie Almwick, who was live in Northwest D.C. this morning with all the changes for you on this big day. And Melanie, I can tell you what, one thing that hasn't changed is this winter weather.
Yeah, you know, when everybody is bundled up, Metro Center getting ready to open. Metro open in about 45 minutes, but a lot of people are already out here on the streets of D.C. We're at 12th and G, making their way down, hoping to get into Capital One Arena. Hey, guys, how are you this morning? What's your name?
My name is Parker, and I'm doing great.
Okay, and you are?
I'm Angela, his mom.
Oh, wonderful. So tell me about your morning so far.
It's been good. We got here around 2 a.m., but we're just really happy on adrenaline, happy to support our president.
Adrenaline is keeping you warm?
Absolutely. We knew we came all the way from Georgia to support President Trump, so we knew we were going to be here bright and early.
Okay, so you're going on foot. You're not waiting for Metro. You're getting down.
No, we're staying like 20 minutes walking distance.
Okay, that's not too bad. And what made you want to come down here?
I was just really happy that President Trump got elected. I really adore him, and I'm very happy to be here. So I just wanted to be here, show my support, and hopefully get in to see him.
And it was so great that you're here with your mom to celebrate, too. Well, good luck, you guys. Have a great day. So we're going to talk a little bit about Metro changes as well, in case you decide you want to take Metro to get around D.C. Metro is going to open at 5 this morning, but there certainly were some last-minute changes. So first it was supposed to open at 4, and then they decided because what they needed to do was when everything was coming to Capital One Arena, they had to make some last-minute changes, and that includes some last-minute station closings as well. So let me show you this information from Metro. Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square, and Archive stations will now be closed. Gallery Place itself, which normally would be the closest one there to Capital One Arena, that is for transfers only. You cannot enter or exit the station. The Pentagon station is also going to be closed today, and all of those stations will reopen at 5 a.m. Tuesday. One other thing is the Smithsonian station initially was closed down there on the south side of the National Mall. That will now be open today. Service is going to be on a regular schedule. The red line, that's the best line you're going to take. Expect it to be very crowded every 5 to 6 minutes. The green and yellow line every 6 minutes. The blue, orange, and silver lines every 10 to 12 minutes. If you want to come down by Metro, you can park at the Metro stations. Metro tells us that parking prices are going to vary from $3 to $5.20, depending on the location that you are going to be using. So, again, we know that a lot of Metro workers, everybody, it's all hands on deck here to make sure that people can come in and celebrate in a safe way and get to where they need to go. It's really great here downtown. Things are very quiet on the streets, but I want to show you, you can see Metro Centers behind me. We see some National Guardsmen here. They've been coming, getting suited up and ready to get to their stations, their positions for the morning. All of the street closures we've seen, they've been manned by National Guard troops as well. You can see down here also, I believe that's G Street, also closed down. So these are the kind of things you're going to encounter as you're down here this morning. And again, on foot. These streets are closed to vehicular traffic. However, if you are a local resident, some of these streets you are able to get through, but you will have to show your ID in order to get to and from your place of business or your place of residence. So that is the latest here from Metro Center. Again, we got about 40 minutes or so before the Metro opens, but you know they are working all their operations down underneath and at the rail control operations to make sure that everybody is on hand and that everything is going to run smoothly today.
All right, Melanie, thank you very much. Listen, like you said, it is cold out there, so if you were preparing to do any of those travels towards that area, make sure you're bundled up and pay attention to all those road signs and, of course, police direction as you get through the town.
Absolutely. The more important thing, like you said, just layers, layers, layers.
Yeah.
Hand warmers, the whole nine. A lot of people out there this morning, and the temps are sitting in the low 20s, so just an indication of how cold and dangerously freezing it is out there, Taylor.
And it's going to stay here for most of the week, too, and get even worse into tonight. So if you're, heading out the door early this morning, dress for what it feels like right now, because we're really just not going to warm up at all throughout the day. We're at 26 degrees right now in downtown D.C. Feels like 26, but that wind is going to eventually kick in here, and that's going to make a huge difference in terms of the wind chill. It's going to feel like the single digits pretty much all day long. 20s across the board right now with the temperatures. Here's a live look at satellite radar imagery. Again, most of that the precipitation from that storm system yesterday has cleared out of here. We're trying to get a couple of snow showers up towards Hagerstown. I think we'll stay mainly dry and start out with some sunshine here across most of the DMV. So mainly dry to start out the beginning of this week, all the way through the rest of it, really. Just very cold and blustery. 27 degrees for the afternoon high. So goes to show you it's really not going to warm up a whole lot. We'll have that wind kick in, which will make you feel much colder. Lows tonight will get brutally, dangerously cold. We're talking single digits. We had the cold weather advisories already issued for tonight, where, again, feels like temperatures may drop even below freezing into this evening by daybreak tomorrow. Tomorrow looks another bitterly cold day, teens to 20s for the afternoon highs. And with that, we may get a couple of snow flurries as well. Nothing to cause any kind of issues on roads or commutes, but we could see some snow flurries break out later tomorrow evening. It'll just be a nice sight to see out there, and we're still not going to see any kind of melting for the remainder of the week. 7-day forecast, again, 20s continue with teens, single digits overnight, all the way through about Thursday morning. Then we'll gradually get above freezing towards the the end of the week and finally get a little bit of some thawing out there by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. We'll take a look at your roads. Starting off 95 northbound, you're looking pretty good from Quantico to the Beltway. About 14 minutes for that 16-mile stretch. 395 northbound as well. It's about 11 from the Beltway towards the 14th Street Bridge for that 10-mile stretch. Definitely going to start seeing an increase there as you're headed into the city this morning. Interloop main lanes 13 between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road. 66, it's about 18 minutes for your commute there between Manassas and the Beltway, so you're all in the green. Dulles Toll Road, either direction, pretty typical of the 4 o'clock hour. 12, your westbound drive. 15, your eastbound drive. We got more on your inauguration roads, of course, the closures, as well as updates on Metro. Again, the next time we see you. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, it is a huge week for the DMV, not just because of the inauguration. A whole lot happened over the weekend, including a big victory.
Yes.
Woo! The Commanders are headed to the NFC title game. And
say it again?
NFC Championship.
Oh, boy, it feels
so
good
to say. First time we can say it in 33 years.
That's right.
We've got all the highlights for you from Saturday's big win after the break.
And we appreciate our content partners there at Fox 5 DC for that extensive coverage. The tweets continue to flow in on this Monday morning. Again, it is MLK Day, also Inauguration Day. I want to share with you the very latest, this one coming from the DC Police Department. They say months of planning have led us to this moment. Follow along as our MPD motor unit, along with officers across the agency, are on the move to protect and serve the city and our country on this momentous day. And I can tell you all, they have a lot to keep in mind, not only the safety and security of President-elect Donald Trump and his team, but also there are some weather hazards this Monday morning. You can see how ice is there on the roadway, so they are also keeping in mind weather conditions. I do see that Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick break, and speaking of weather conditions, they have some updates on how weather could or could not impede today's Inauguration Day, but also traffic alerts that you need to keep in mind if you are planning to attend or be in and around this inauguration occasion. Let's check in with them now.
DC and surrounding areas. It's so good to be here during this time period because, again, this city has not seen that level of fandemonium in a long time. So we're going to have a good time, guys. We're going to celebrate the Commanders as they get ready to face the Philadelphia Eagles this weekend and beat up on them as well. Because who cares about those dirty birds? Taylor?
Look at all
you know, the trash talking commence.
You already know what side of the fence I'm on here.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah.
We actually went to a Commanders, the restaurant bar in Baltimore over the weekend right before, and it was so packed. It was so nice to like be in there, feel the energy, and just so happy for the fans. So it's going to be very cold leading up to the game this week. So if you're going to be out and about at any point in time today, we're talking about teens to 20s, single-digit wind chills throughout the afternoon. It gets so dangerously cold into tonight, and then here we go for the next couple of days, 20s through Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll finally break this cold streak by the end of the week, and finally maybe see the 40s by the weekend. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and take a look at your roads again. We'll start off Metro Rail service adjustments. So you just heard Melanie talking about a little bit of those, but the following stations are going to be closed from the 19th to the 21st at 5 a.m. That's Archives, Federal Triangle, as well as Mount Vernon Square. Pentagon is closed Monday only. So keep all of that in mind. Of course, we have this full list on fox5dc.com. But honestly, Metro is going to be your best bet this morning as you're headed out the door because of all the emergency no parking and all of the road closures in place if you are headed really anywhere throughout D.C. Good news is that a lot of people do have off work, so you won't be really fighting for your place on the road this morning. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the road closures there. Again, we'll see that full list on fox5dc.com, but there's your interactive map you can see on inauguration.dc.gov. .gov. That's really great. You can click on your individual street there, and it will show you exactly what's closed in and around those areas. So all of that is definitely a mouthful. I would stay away from D.C. unless you're on foot. Makia?
Good advice, Annie Mae. All right. right, guys, so don't go anywhere. It's time now for a really quick break. We're taking a live look at the White House as the Bidens bid farewell to Pennsylvania Avenue. We'll have live team coverage across the district this morning on everything that you need to know about today's inauguration.
Yeah, that includes all of the many weather-related changes. After the break, we're going to check in with Hgma, who's at the White House this morning. And then we're going to go back to Stephanie Ramirez, who's at Capital One with all of those people waiting outside for the big celebration. Don't go anywhere.
All right, and as they go to break, we are going to do the same. Our second one of the hour. I'm Hgma Francine. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. .31 is the time here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. We continue to share with you in real time what you need to know on this Monday, January 20th. It's MLK Day, a federal holiday, and we also know today is Inauguration Day. Speaking of Inauguration Day, a quick content reminder for you, Inauguration Day 2025, live coverage of this momentous event starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. But I'm in the host seat before then, getting you excited and telling you all you need to know in preparation for this event. To help you do so, we are going to check back in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC.
And welcome back. It is 4:29, and we're so glad to have you with us on this historic day. We are preparing ourselves for a very special inauguration coverage. We've got reporters across the nation and across the nation's capital this morning with all the details with ceremony and events that are happening today right here in our area. We got Taylor and Andy May standing by with all the weather and traffic changes, and of course, Makia's here holding down the fort. Good to see you, Makia.
Your eyes are not fooling you. It's 4:30. And you guys are
My eyes were fooling me. It was 4:15 and I realized Makia was here. 15 minutes into the show. I was like, what?
I know you missed me in the makeup room this morning anyway.
I know.
Okay.
Love you.
My eyes were fooling me when I saw the temperature in my car this morning because it was so cold out there. It was like 25 degrees when I got into it, and it really didn't go up at all. And that's where we're going to really hover for not only today, but the next couple of days. We had that dangerously cold air that will especially move into tonight. We're talking single-digit wind chills, and really not going to climb above freezing until maybe Thursday at the earliest, and then we'll finally get back to the 40s by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 4:30. We'll take a look there in Monday morning. Camila, this is what it looks like for you in terms of your overview. Keep in mind, of course, Inauguration Day 2025, of course, today. I don't think you need to keep it in mind. We'll tell you all morning long. GW Parkway, north and southbound, McLean through Arlington. Just keep in mind on your roads that that's going to be closed due to icy conditions between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. Just make sure you're using Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning. We'll keep an eye on your roads. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on all of those closures throughout D.C. as well as Metro in the coming minutes and hours. Back to you guys.
All right, we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Annie Mae. Well, today the tradition of the transfer of power from the outgoing Biden administration to the incoming Trump administration continues.
That's right. Before President-elect Trump is sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, he, along with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, will begin their day on another time-honored tradition. It's called a prayer service, and it happens at St. John's on Inauguration Day, and that church will be filled with people.
That's right. Maureen Ume is live outside of St. John's Church this morning with a preview. Maureen, the last time we saw you, crews are just busy setting everything up in these frigid temperatures out there.
That's right. So we are actually being moved back. So we've got to get to walking beyond the perimeter where we need to be. So this is the road that's closed off Black Lives Matter Plaza. This is all shut off. This is St. John's Episcopal Church where the ceremony will take place. You see the press pool setting up, a lot of security measures in place. We're being told we need to push back about a block. So that's where we're heading right now. But you can see security remaining very, very tight here on Black Lives Matter Plaza. They've got a lot of fencing up. That went up last week. Some more continues to go up now. There will be security sweeps shortly, so everyone will have to leave in just a little bit of time. But as you said, St. John's Episcopal Church is a time-honored tradition for presidents. For the last 92 years, presidents have been coming here before the swearing-in ceremony. It's a time for them to reflect, a time for them to contemplate what will happen in the next 4 years. Their families come here, and it's just a time for them to be in a quiet space before the pomp and circumstance of the day gets underway. That'll happen at around 8:20 this morning when the Trumps will come here. As you know, 4 years ago, they did the same thing. There were a lot of cameras. No cameras allowed inside the church, however. But this time around, they will be making their way here. And then after that, they'll head to Blair House, where they can have a little bit of a downtime before heading to the White House, where they'll have tea with the Bidens, who will welcome them. As I said in my earlier report, remember, last time this happened, President Trump did not welcome the Bidens for tea when they won the presidency. And he departed instead for Florida. This time around, there will be that traditional ceremony. Again, it's a time of almost handing over the guard. That's what we're going to anticipate happening today, with the Bidens welcoming the Trumps to the White House. And then after that, they all head to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. Again, this is all tradition, things that happen every 4 years. There have been a break in tradition in some form or fashion in the last couple of years, but all in all, this is what happens with the day beginning at St. John's Episcopal Church. Again, really sort of to set the tone, a solemnity, reflection, what's to come, what stands ahead, that sort of thing. That's what you're seeing. Right now, things are slowing down a bit with all of the frenzied activity we saw about half hour ago, with all of the security measures going into place. As I said, Secret Service will be sweeping soon. Let me get out of the way so you have a better standpoint what we're talking about. You see the White House there beyond me. You see the scaffolding up, or that structure that they've built there. This is new. That's, of course, a security measure in place because, as you know, security has been topmost concern for this inauguration, even more so than in years past. And the security fencing, there's some 32 miles of fencing has been erected, not just here around the White House, but also around the Capitol and the perimeter as well. So a lot going into this, and of course, they've got concrete barriers too. A lot of the hotels here on site have extra security as well, and people who are staying at the hotel are being made to go in and out of certain entrances. So again, that is very important, that security is forefront of mind for folks here today. Again, we're being pushed back just beyond the perimeter here, but a lot's still happening here. We'll try to get as close as we can to give you more, but the press pool is in place to get the president and the family as they head to St. John's Episcopal. We'll try to talk to people. We've seen some people coming in and out, not a lot, but a few people coming in and out, trying to get their positioning in place. These are spectators, people who've come for the inauguration, but we'll see if we can talk to anyone this early morning and get a sense as to why they're up this early, maybe just to get a better vantage point. But that's what we're seeing here right outside the White House and St. John's Episcopal Church. That's the latest. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. I'll have more for you in the next half hour.
All right. Thanks so much, Maureen. We appreciate you. Well, despite the cold, thousands waited in long lines to get into Capital One Arena last night for a rally, and the same is expected this morning.
All right, well, let's get out to Stephanie Ramirez, who is going to give us a look outside of the arena. And Stephanie, you've been telling us all morning, as you're bundled up, others out there are bundled up, because some of them have been out there since 2 a.m. this morning.
Even earlier than that, Stephen, do want to let you guys know the wind is starting to kick up, so please be dressed appropriately if you come out here, because it is cold. So we're about a block away from Cat 1 Arena. 9th and G, you see Secret Service moving past us. They were just here setting up the magnetometers. I want to show you guys well before that. Look at all of the people who are lined up here to get into Cap 1 Arena to see the inauguration. Cap 1 now the viewing location for today's event, because everything had to be moved inside because of the cold. Now, one of the people here very early is Nick from Minnesota, right? Nick, thank you for talking with me this morning. Tell me, how did you end up in D.C.? You said you had a ticket at first.
I got a ticket from my senator. I actually got to meet her and wear my Trump stuff on Thursday because she's a liberal, but she actually had a good conversation with me, which I like. Is we forget in America, we may have differences, but we need to be adults and talk about them, not call each other names and degrade each other.
Well, thank you for making that point. And let's talk about President Trump, President-elect Trump. I'm sure you voted for him. I'm going to make that guess here. What is it that made you want to vote for him? What were you looking for?
Because he's an outsider and he's been losing money doing this. He does not care about earning, like a lot of people come here to D.C. and become millionaires. You know, it's that they want to be bureaucrats and run everything from D.C. President Trump is coming in wanting to return the government to the people, where it should belong.
Nick, how long have you been out here?
I got out here as soon as the rally let out last night. I came out these gates and I got right back in line.
Oh my gosh, well please go get warm. Thank you very much for talking with us this morning.
Thank you,
Thank you for your time. Hey guys, I want to let you know as well, we do have some more of that rally. The president-elect getting large applauses as he was talking about his plans for the next 4 years. The 200-plus executive orders that he plans to put in place once he's sworn into office. And he also did mention the district in those comments. We get some of that as well.
We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again.
Guys, I want to give you a heads up. If you are planning to attend the presidential inaugural parade at Capital One Arena today, 4th and H Northwest is supposed to be the only security checkpoint. And then once you get there, all attendees will be directed to 9th and G. But you cannot actually turn on 9th because of this setup here. So they're directing you even a block further down, at least to 10th. But that could also move as more people arrive. Now, if you live in the Judiciary Square, Chinatown neighborhoods, 9th and H and 3rd and G are your access points, and officials are just making sure to remind everyone to have your license that shows your address, or else you likely won't be allowed to move through. Heavy security moving in. That's the latest from here. We'll keep talking to the crowd as the morning rolls through. I'll send it back into you all.
Yeah, as you can see, I mean, there's a separation between those who are attending, and then, of course, a separation between those who are coming and living in that area. All right, well, it's time for a quick break. We're coming back with more Inauguration Day forecast, plus your traffic, all those changes you need to know. We'll be right back.
Teeth are amazing. That's why at Affordable Dentures and
As they go to a quick break, we are staying on coverage right now, giving you a live look at the tweets that continue to roll in bright and early on this Monday morning. 4:42 is the time, and you can see the D.C. Police Department putting out happening now. Law enforcement from across the country is about to be sworn in to assist the Metropolitan Police Department with the 60th presidential inauguration. I can tell you there's a lot of excitement and anticipation there at the nation's capital, and they want to make sure things go smoothly but also safely. We do see that they are back, Fox 5 DC to be specific, back from break to share the very latest with what you need to know about traffic congestion and roads that are blocked off. Let's check back in.
Welcome back. Coming up on 440 right now. It's going to be so cold out there today. If you're heading out for any kind of activities, inauguration, whatever it may be, make sure you dress accordingly. This is where the temperatures will pretty much hold steady all day long. And I do want to mention anything that appears to be wet on the road, sidewalks, ground, whatever it is, it could certainly be frozen over, or it is definitely going to be frozen over if it's not on a treated surface. Here's a live look at radar showing mainly dry conditions across the DMV. We'll gain some sunshine back today, which will be a nice sight. The wind's going to kick in. We're already starting to see that, and that's going to make it feel so bitterly cold. 20s for the real temperatures, but it's going to feel much colder than that, and that's really due to that wind threat out there. Over the next couple of days, it's not going to warm up a whole lot. We'll keep the 20s in the forecast all the way through Tuesday. Even Wednesday looks very cold. Finally, maybe our best chance to get above freezing will be Thursday, but it's going to be a close call. We'll finally maybe get back to the 40s by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. We'll take a look at your roads and your rails this morning. So we heard Melanie talk about this a little bit earlier, but for, of course, the inauguration, we do have some Metro Rail service adjustments. Just note, red line trains run every 5 to 6 minutes. Green and yellow run every 6 minutes. Blue, orange, and silver are going to run every 10 to 12. The following stations, keep in mind, are going to be closed as well from the 19th to the 21st. At 5 a.m., that's Archives, Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square, as well as the Pentagon is closed Monday only. So keep all of this in mind, as well as some of those around the arena, because everything was moved inside in terms of your viewing over there. That's what it looks like. We've got this and more, of course, after a quick break.
As they go to a quick break, this shot just coming into our live now from Fox Studios, a beautiful shot on this Monday morning. 4:44 is the time here on the East Coast. A nice shot, a wide-scale view of the nation's capital as we are gearing up for Inauguration Day 2025. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .46 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. We're about to get right back into your Inauguration Day 2025 coverage. But before we do, a quick content reminder for you here on Live Now from Fox. As we know, this Monday, January 20th, is also MLK Day, a federal holiday to honor the life and legacy of civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We also have some tweets coming in early as relates to MLK Day. This one coming in from the King Center. It says, quote, "We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity." This coming from the King Center, and they also say this is an urgent need. We have one more coming in I want to share with you. This one coming from the U.S. Embassy, India. It says, quote, "To other countries, I may go as a tourist, but to India, I come as a pilgrim." That coming from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As it goes on to say, today we honor the life, memory, and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Like Mahatma Gandhi, MLK was inspired by the power of nonviolence. Let us honor their legacies. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, I'm going to pop up this banner to remind you, 9 a.m. Eastern time, there will be an MLK Day parade and King Center services. We will have a separate YouTube stream for both of those events. 4:48 is the time. I want to take you back out to our nation's capital, giving you a live look at the White House as we are getting back to our Inauguration Day coverage. Let's check back in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC.
TikTok is back after going offline for several hours over the weekend. You may remember this. You'll see that response on your screen if you were trying to get to TikTok. This is the response of the federal ban prohibiting the social media app from operating in the U.S. This morning, President-elect Trump, who once led the call to ban the platform, is now being held as its hero. Yesterday, in a post on Truth Social, Trump promised to issue an executive order on day one of his presidency, giving TikTok, Chinese-based company, well, that ByteDance would have a little bit more time to find a buyer in the U.S. for that app.
Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. We have to save it. A lot of jobs.
Well, ByteDance issued a statement thanking President Trump for promising to hold off on the ban. TikTok has now 90 days to find a new U.S. buyer.
All right, 4:45 is your time right now, and boy, that was big news over the weekend.
Boy, that was huge.
Yeah, a lot of people sounding off about that, but TikTok again is temporarily back for the time being. A live look at the White House this morning. Temperatures hovering around the low 20s, and as we've seen, a lot of people already lined up outside of Capital One Arena, layered up, which is definitely the name of the game, beneath a very heavy, comfortable coat.
Yeah, and you know, Taylor, and Taylor, also something to add. I know dehydration sets in because people don't think about it. They're like, I'm just cold. But you got to keep fluids in your system so that your body can actually fight off some of that cold.
It's really hard to think about even staying hydrated, just because it's not something you think about in this dry of air, in this cold air as well. So something to keep in mind for sure. Make sure you bundle up if you're going to be out and about at any point in time today. It's just not going to warm up. We're at 26 degrees, and that's what it feels like right now. That will kind of change, though. We're going to have the wind chill kick in here shortly, and it's going to feel like the single digits potentially throughout the afternoon and especially into tonight. So here's a better view of those temperature readings. We're in the 20s, and it's just not going to warm up today. At least all of that snow, that precipitation we saw yesterday has cleared out of here. Maybe a couple of snow showers up towards Hagerstown, but that's really it. I think we're looking at a mainly dry day across the DMV for most of you today. We'll gain some sunshine back, keep things very dry for a good part of the week. Really, the main headline will be one, maybe some icy conditions out there on untreated surfaces this morning, and two, the bitter, dangerously cold air that's going to stick around for a good part of this week. 27 degrees will be the real temperature for this afternoon. It's going to feel much colder than that because that wind will kick in. We could see peak gusts upwards of 25 miles per hour, which will knock the wind chill into the single digits potentially throughout the day. Real temperatures will be in the single digits for tonight, and I do think the wind chill will drop below zero into tonight by early tomorrow morning. So that goes to show you how dangerously cold it will be out there for the extent of today, but especially into tonight. Not going to warm up at all for tomorrow either, with teens to 20s most likely happening. Also, I want to mention the chance for maybe some snow flurries out there tomorrow evening. Again, just a brief period. We'll see something on Tuesday, and if anything, it will just be a pretty sight. I don't think it's going to be enough to cause any kind of impacts on area roads. But with that in mind, we're not going to see any kind of melting over the next couple of days as we keep things very, very cold all the way through midweek. Even Thursday morning looks extremely cold. Well, best chance we get above freezing will maybe be Thursday, but even in the Friday, things look kind of chilly, and then we'll finally get back into the 40s with some melting by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you.
take a look at your roads again. We'll start off there, 448 GW Parkway north and southbound, because this is some of the weather Taylor was talking about. We're looking at that closure this morning in the McLean, kind of Arlington area due to those icy conditions between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. So just keep that in mind if you are headed out the door, that you can use Clara Barton Parkway as an alternate. We'll move on to 70 southbound direction. You're looking clear there for your roads between 70 and the Beltway. It's about 30 minutes for that 31-mile stretch. Outer loop top side looking fantastic as well. About 9 between 95 and 270. We'll go ahead and move on BW Parkway north and southbound side of things, but you're looking pretty typical of the 4 o'clock hour. Really no traffic ever at 4 ever. Maryland by Branch Avenue northbound about 10 between the interchange and the Beltway for that 9-mile stretch. Again, you're looking clear there as well as elsewhere. But if you do go into D.C., just keep that in mind. There's going to be a lot of closures in terms of your streets. We've got updates on your metro as well. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, travelers headed to Inauguration using Metro need to be aware of some important closures and changes happening across the city today.
Yeah, and there are a lot of them. So we're on top of them for you. Some even saying that it's going to be in effect through tomorrow. Let's get out to Melanie Allen, who's live at Metro Center this morning, where, I mean, that is the intersection of all the Metro stations. So I'm sure it's going to be busy in Northwest D.C. Let's check in with Mel. Mel, how's it looking out there?
You know, it's pretty quiet out here so far. Metro's going to open in just about 10-15 minutes, and I'm curious to see how many people are spilling out of the station right about that time, because, yes, this is the epicenter of anyone who is going to be traveling downtown, where they're going to come out in order to make it to those checkpoints where Stephanie Ramirez is, and other checkpoints if they decide they don't want to go to Capital One Arena, but they want to try to catch the presidential motorcade as it makes its way up Pennsylvania Avenue. So we just want to let you know about some of the changes that they had to make to Metro in order to accommodate the fact that everything was moving to Capital One Arena and the security zone was moving as well. So as Taylor and we've been saying, Annie Mae's been telling us as well, we've got Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square, and Archives closed. Gallery Place open for transfers only, no exiting or entering the station. Pentagon Station is closed January 20th, and all of these stations are going to reopen at 5 a.m. on Tuesday. Pretty good service schedule here. They did have to step things up, even though it is a holiday. It'll be a regular service schedule. We're going to see the red line every 5 to 6 minutes, the green and yellow line every 6 minutes, the blue, orange, and silver lines every 10 to 12 minutes. If you do plan on parking at a Metro station, parking will cost anywhere from $3 to $5.20, depending on the station that you plan on parking at. And one other thing, you know, the Smithsonian Station initially was going to be closed down there and on the south part of the mall, but that is now open. So if you plan on going to the lower part of the mall, that is an option for you as well today. That is now open. But again, so far, so good here. We've mostly seen people on foot trying to make their way around. And we did talk to one couple who drove here from Indiana this morning. Here's what they had to tell us. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we'll have to hear from them in just a little bit. But certainly we were just talking to a lot of people very excited about making their way here to the city in order to enjoy everything that Washington, D.C. has to offer on a big day like this. So we'll send it back to you guys and check with us at the 5 o'clock hour. We'll let you know how Metro's going.
All right. Thanks so much, Mel. Of course, we'll be checking in with Mel and the rest of our team throughout the morning. Big time ahead of today's federal holiday. President Biden remembered the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. yesterday. He spoke at the Royal Missionary Baptist Church in Charleston, South Carolina, where he highlighted the importance of faith during trying times.
I don't think the good Lord brought us this far to leave us behind. As we celebrate Dr. King's legacy, and generations before and since, women and men enslaved and free, we have to remember one of his favorite hymns. Precious Lord, take my hand through the storm, through the night, and lead me into the light. Oh, God bless you all.
After the service, Biden toured the International African American Museum in Charleston.
Boy, Charleston is my second home. I mean, that's where my dad is from, and
really?
Love that area.
Oh, so cool to see President.
All right, Fox 5 DC about to tease ahead and go to a quick break. We have to take our final one of the hour. I'm Hgma Francine. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. We're 1 minute shy from the top of the 5 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And we always appreciate you tuning into Live Now from Fox to get those breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, those live events of the day. We are getting new live picks into our Live Now from Fox studio that I want to share with you in real time. This is a live look out in Washington, D.C. as we're getting a close look at a security in place already. We know we're a few hours away from the official ceremony, but security in place to make sure things roll smoothly as it relates to transit and people that are already getting out early. You see that gentleman there with those red pants with coffee in hand. People are not letting these early morning hours stop them. We see one of the reporters getting into place, so we are going to transition. We continue to get tweets into real time into our studios. This one coming in from Time Magazine. You can see a picture there on your screen of President-elect Donald Trump, who will soon be sworn in as the next president. And you see the caption there on Time Magazine that says, "He's back." We know energy is growing as the nation and the world await President-elect Donald Trump's second inauguration. While there's been major changes to several of the locations of today's events, thousands of men and women in uniform remain at the ready. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us in Washington, D.C. with the latest on what you can expect from all the action.
We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people.
President-elect Donald Trump is eager for his second term to start. Once he takes the oath of office, he will officially become the 47th president of the United States.
Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders.
While frigid temperatures force the ceremony from the iconic west front of the Capitol to inside the rotunda, security in and around is still red hot.
MPD is actively monitoring 19 scheduled First Amendment demonstrations across the city.
On Sunday, thousands of officers from across the country were given police powers in D.C. through Monday.
Our officers are on the ground, supporting road closures, managing crowd safety.
Before Donald Trump swears in, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh will give the vice presidential oath of office to J.D. Vance, the first millennial to serve in that role. Chief Justice John Roberts will then administer the presidential oath to Trump.
We have to remember that America is that shining city on a hill, and we want the world to see how we practice our democracy.
All three living former presidents, as well as outgoing President Joe Biden, will attend. And with hundreds of thousands of supporters in town, now with nowhere to go, the Trump team is having a live viewing party at D.C.'s Capital One Arena.
And now it's Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor there reporting again, and we're looking ahead today as President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president. We're getting that wide-scale view I just showed you. As we know, security, they are already in full force across the nation's capital, making sure everything runs smoothly. Let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC to learn of the very latest.
Good Monday morning, everyone. Welcome into Fox 5 Morning on January 20th. Today, we have special coverage of the 60th inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump.
That's right. Already, it is a historic one. The inauguration ceremony taking place inside of the Capitol Rotunda this morning due to all those frigid temperatures across the nation's capital. We're going to bring you the swearing-in ceremony live at noon.
That's right. In the meantime, we do have team coverage all morning long for you from the White House to right here in studio. And with that, we do want to bring in the experts in weather and traffic this morning. Taylor Grinda and Annie Mae are here with more on your forecast, as well as many, many road closures that we're seeing throughout the district. Taylor, it's been decades since we've seen an inauguration day this cold, 40 years to be exact. But temps right now hovering in the low 20s, and it feels a lot colder.
I know. I keep telling people this fact, and they're like, oh, my goodness. Yeah, so that's how cold it is outside.
It's no joke.
It's no joke. It is so cold. And I know this weekend altogether it wasn't that warm, but now it's nearly 20 degrees colder than the weekend was. So very cold, blustery throughout today. I would dress for the single digits with the wind chills, and it's this brutal cold is going to stick around for a good part of this week as well. So watch out for some slick spots this morning due to the precipitation that fell yesterday. I'll have much more on when we could finally get some melting out there coming up. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. 5 o'clock here. We'll take a look at your your Monday morning commute. This is what it looks like for you in terms of your overview of the DMV. Just keep in mind, though, we've got Inauguration 2025 road closures for you, as well as a little bit of Metro. Keep all of this in mind. There's an interactive map on inauguration.dc.gov that'll give you in-depth stuff. Of course, you can obviously go to fox5dc.com as well, but it's really so many road closures throughout the area. Metro as well. Following station's going to be closed until the 21st at 5 a.m. That's Archives, Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square. Pentagon closed today. Red line trains run every 5 to 6 minutes. Green and yellow every 6. Blue, orange, and silver every 10 to 12. So all of that, if you are headed into the D.C. area, Metro as well as walking going to be your best bet. But just, again, keep all that in mind. Makia?
All right, thanks so much, Andy May. Well, today, President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
All right, that inauguration marks the official transfer of power from the outgoing President, Joe Biden, to President-elect Donald Trump.
We've got live team coverage for you of all of today's events. Stephanie Ramirez is live outside of Capital One Arena. Melanie Alwick is checking the latest from Metro with details on downtown station closures as well for you.
All right, but first, let's kick things off with Fox 5's Marina Ume, who is live outside of St. John's Church with a preview of one Inauguration Day tradition. Good to see you, Maureen, and I hope you're staying warm out there.
Good morning. We're trying to stay warm. Awfully hard, though, especially when the winds are whipping. Let me set the scene for you. This is the perimeter right outside the St. John's Episcopal Church and right outside the White House, Black Lives Matter Plaza. Secret Service just coming through right now with the security sweep. In fact, we have to vacate where we are right now because they're going to push us beyond some fencing that's just behind us right now. But you can see very clear. Last week, we were able to get closer to the White House and show you that anti-scale fencing that's up right now. It really surrounds the entire complex of the White House. Also, there are concrete barriers there. And then in front of St. John's Episcopal Church, we had a press pool that's taking place. They've had to also leave while their security sweep is happening right now. So security has been paramount this entire time. It continues to be the case right now, especially this morning with the President-elect and the First Lady making their way to St. John's Episcopal Church for the solemnity of the occasion. This is really a tradition. 92 years, every president goes to St. John's Episcopal Church where they have a time to reflect about what lies ahead as they take on the task of running this incredible nation of ours. It doesn't matter what president it is. They've all come here. It's not a religious ceremony of sort. So it's really just something that's non-denominational. It is non-political. No cameras or video allowed inside. So there really is a time for these presidents-elect to just take time to sit in the moment, to contemplate what lies ahead and the task ahead, especially in this tumultuous world of ours. After the Trumps have this event at the St. John's Episcopal, they'll make their way to Blair House where they have a little bit of downtime. Then after that, they will head to the White House where they will be greeted by President Biden and First Lady Joe Biden. This is where they'll have a ceremonial tea ceremony. And this is a ceremony that really, again, is almost like the passing of the torch, if you will. It's a cordial setting, something for them to just, again, sit and reflect on the moment, reflect on the significance of their positions and their place in history. Last time this did not happen when the Trumps left the White House, they did not have tea with the Bidens. That was a break of tradition, but a lot of traditions have been broken in the last couple of years with various administrations. So this tradition picks up again this year with the Bidens welcoming the Trumps to the White House. After that, they will head to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. So really a slate of activities happening this morning, all of it beginning around 8 o'clock and lasting up until noon where the swearing-in ceremony will take place. I want to bring you back here live with the security that's very tight in place. Let me direct your eye here. This anti-scaling fence that's here. We have to go beyond this perimeter now as they're sweeping and closing down the area. Secret Service has been on deck, en masse, really making sure that these buildings are secure. If you look, in fact, inside some of these buildings, you'll see them perched inside. But this is what we're seeing now, the security very tight outside the White House and St. John's Episcopal Church. We'll try to give you as much as we can in terms of setting the scene for what you can expect. But road closures continue. We're able to get through on foot to some areas, but massive road closures around here. So if you're trying to drive down here, that's a no-go. You'll be several blocks pushed back because they're not allowing any cars through that don't pertain to what's happening here security-wise or otherwise. And then also just foot traffic. They're also curtailing who can come in to this immediate area. But again, we're giving you a little scene of what we're seeing out here. It is a very clamped down situation. It's cold out here, so not a lot of people making their way out. But we are starting to see some guests of these nearby hotels stirring and trying to get to their position for the swearing in today. We'll see if we could talk to some folks this morning, give you an idea of what they're thinking, how they're feeling this this morning. Any way you cut it, this is a historic moment for a lot of folks making their way to D.C. This isn't something that happens every day. So even just the security that we're seeing, this is all part of the process, something that they don't see typically every day. So we're glad to show you history in the making, what folks experience every 4 years here in the nation's capital. Of course, we'll bring you more of the sights and sounds of the morning where it's on, but in the meantime, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, just remarkable to see, Marina. Thank you for giving us a pan around and just kind of see what's happening out there. We'll check back in with you in a few hours because we know that it's going to be when that event starts. Well, we thank you for that. Also, because of those freezing temperatures, the inauguration parade will be taking place at an altered format because mostly of those events will be happening inside of Capital One Arena. That's also where President-elect held his victory rally, which is what he's calling it. That happened yesterday. Take a look.
We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again.
All right, for more on that rally and today's parade's plans, we want to bring in Stephanie Ramirez, who is live outside of Capital One Arena this morning. And Stephanie, I can imagine some folks didn't even go home. They just stayed there all night and camped out for today's ceremony.
Is what we heard, Stephen, and it's a really cold night and morning to do so. Don't forget the D.C. mayor activated a cold weather emergency last night because of the weather. Now, I want to show you, this is by 9th and G. Check out all the people who have been here waiting. This weather. We got a group here in from Washington State and the Bay Area. You told me this is your first inauguration. How's it been so far?
It's been amazing so far. A little cold, but nothing we can't handle. We're here to support USA.
That's right.
That's right.
Same. We were here yesterday for 5 hours, didn't get in, so we're really looking forward to today. We got here at 2 a.m. so that we could get in.
Wow. Now, did any of you have tickets before?
Yes. We have tickets to both.
Oh, I'm sorry. So disappointing news, I imagine.
I mean, yeah, definitely. We'd been looking forward to this for a couple of months, and so, but we're at least happy that we got here early enough that we're going to get in. Today makes up for it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me, did you vote for Trump previously in 2016?
Yes, 100%.
We were here in 2016.
You were here in 2016.
Yeah.
What was that like compared to now?
It's 100 times better now, but it was so much fun. We were in the quad.
Okay.
We were at the Lincoln Memorial, and then the next day,
a little different this time around.
Yes.
But tell me this time why you voted for him. What are some of the issues that you were focused on?
Well, definitely being from the West Coast and being from California, we need change. It's going crazy, especially even what happened with things like the way our government's handling the fires, the situation over there. We need change, and America needs change, so that's why we voted for Trump.
I have 3 daughters, and it was a big deal for me that young men are playing in young women's sports, and I definitely want to protect my daughters. My sisters and I were all athletes, and it's unfair play to have young men playing in women's sports. And so to protect women and to protect my daughters and the daughters of my siblings, we're brother and sister, and to protect our girls, we had to fight for them and show up and vote.
Well, thank you all for talking with us this morning. Safe travels, and I hope you get in. You've been waiting all this time. Roaring applause was heard inside as well as the president-elect gave his victory speech or victory address at the victory rally, and a lot of what got applauses, guys, was his thoughts for the next 4 years, the plans, as well as the 200-plus executive orders that the president-elect says he plans to put in place as soon as he's sworn in. We have some more of what was heard last night. Listen to this.
That's what we're going to do, take back our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
All right, guys, just a heads up, if you are planning to attend the presidential inaugural parade at Capital One Arena, 4th and H Street Northwest is the only access point there. And then you will be directed, once you get there, to the main security checkpoint where we are at 9th and G. But do want to warn everyone, you cannot actually turn at 9th. You have to go a block down to 10th to get around to this area, get back in line here. And that might even change to further down once.
All right, Stephanie, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with her. She's having a little bit of audio difficulties, but we will check back in later on in the half hour. All right, let's get to Taylor this morning, where we, boy, those frigid temperatures, as Stephanie just mentioned, they're just uncomfortable.
Yeah, but look at all the people who came out to brave it. They don't even care.
I know. I'm just cold looking at them standing out there. It is so cold out there this morning. A huge difference from this point yesterday, where we were almost at 40 degrees. We're nearly 20 degrees colder than that right now, with temperatures in the 20s currently. We have clear skies. Winds are going to continue to kick in throughout the day. That will make it feel even colder. So real temperatures are in the teens to 20s for now. And something to take away from that, it's not going to warm up at all throughout the day. So dress for, if you're heading out the door early this morning, just keep everything with you throughout the day, because it's just not going to warm up. Fortunately, we are dry on radar. That precipitation that moved through yesterday, it's out of here. However, temperatures are much colder, so anything that appears to be wet on the roadways certainly has a chance to be at least frozen over. There was a huge threat for the refreeze late last night. Here we go throughout the day. Notice it won't warm up a whole lot. 20s throughout the afternoon, with feels like temperatures in the single digits. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 5:10 your time. We'll take a look there at your road, GW Parkway to start. This has to do with some of the winter weather we were looking at yesterday. In the north and southbound direction through McLean, kind of Arlington, you're still going to be closed due to those icy conditions between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. You can use Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning, but this is GW, pretty typical of the area. If we do see that increased kind of winter weather through the area. I was headed in this morning. Definitely some icy patches on your secondaries. For the most part, though, your main roads do look pretty good. 270 southbound, 29 minutes there between 70 and the Beltway. Of course, I'm on the Virginia side of things, because I can't speak personal experience to what Maryland and D.C. look like, but this is a look at your outer loop between 95 and 270, now around 8. Makia?
All right, thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, the other big D.C. story of the day, of course, the Commanders one step closer to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Feels so good to say that. Highlights from that huge win in Detroit coming up.
All right, we appreciate our content partners there, Fox 5 DC. Extensive team coverage on this Monday, 5:16 here on the East Coast, and giving you a live look there at the U.S. Capitol. People flocking to the nation's capital to take part in this momentous occasion, Inauguration Day 2025. Here at 5:16 on the East Coast, we're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of our 5 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. 5:18 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. Our Fox 5 team, they continue to give us information in real time. This coming from Stephanie Ramirez, who we heard from moments ago. She says, good Monday morning back in Washington, D.C. Last week, she was actually out in Los Angeles County helping with Fox 11 LA as they were doing and sharing the very latest of those deadly LA County wildfires. But hey, she's back now at the nation's capital, helping her home team there as we're getting in place to cover President-elect Trump's inauguration. And she says there's already a huge line at 9th and Northwest, but you can't turn on 9th. You actually have to enter through 10th. And you can see with that video on the screen how she turns it to show the long line already in place. And it's only 5:19 here on the East Coast. My goodness. Let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC. They are back from commercial break.
To Fox 5 Morning. We're coming up on 5:15 right now, but first we do want to give you a live look at the White House, where come noon today we will have President-elect Trump will become President Trump. Again, our 47th president, Taylor. Very frigid temperatures to ring in this inauguration day, the coldest we've seen in decades, as we've explained. You tell me it's only going to get colder into tonight, where there's going to be a lot of inauguration balls and just so many things happening.
Yeah, I think that was part of the decision in moving most things inside for today, just because it's going to be so cold out there. In addition to that, there's a chance for some icy spots out there this morning too from the precipitation that moved through yesterday. Temperatures have plummeted overnight, and we are well below freezing for now. So anything that appears to be wet out there certainly has a chance to be frozen, especially on untreated surfaces. 26 degrees right now in downtown DC, and over the last hour that wind has started to pick up. So now we are talking about a wind chill factor 17 degrees. That's what it feels like right now in DC. That wind out of the north and west, and will continue to pick up as we get closer to the afternoon. Real temperatures are in the teens to 20s. A live look at radar showing maybe a couple of snow showers up north and west towards Hagerstown. Not going to pose a threat to us for today. We're actually going to gain some sunshine and get a nice sunrise, sunset for today. Really, the major concern will be some icy spots out there this morning, and that dangerously cold air that's going to stick around for several days. And tonight's going to get so cold out there. We may even see the wind chill drop below 0 degrees. 27 degrees with the feels like temperatures in the single digits for this afternoon. Make sure you take the necessary precautions if you're going to be out and about for today. Single digits for tonight, but the wind chill will kick in, and it will feel like below 0 across the area by early tomorrow morning. Still very, very cold into Tuesday, teens to 20s with the real temperatures. And then we're really not going to break this Arctic blast until we get towards the end of the week, and by the weekend, maybe we'll finally get some melting out there. Before that, though, I do want to mention there's a chance for a couple of snow flurries out there tomorrow evening. Today looks dry. Tuesday, though, here 6, 7 o'clock, could see a couple of snow showers develop. Don't think it's going to cause any kind of major delays out there or anything like that. Maybe just a pretty sight to see throughout Tuesday evening. 7-day forecast will continue with this very cold air through Wednesday. Even Thursday morning, it looks brutally cold. The end of the week will slowly warm up with 40s possible by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 5:16. We'll look GW Parkway north and southbound still affected in kind of the McLean-Arlington area this morning due to those icy conditions. It's going to be closed between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. Just make sure you're using Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning. Again, that's what it looks like through McLean, kind of Arlington area. We'll look BW Parkway north and southbound. Southbound side of things now up to about 23 minutes between 195 and the Beltway. Maryland 5 Branch Avenue northbound, you were looking clear. 9 between the interchange and the Beltway. Maryland 210 northbound, about 10 from Berry Road towards the Beltway. Pretty common theme here. You're looking good. I-295 northbound, that is towards the 11th Street Bridge from the Beltway is 7. Of course, that's not what it looks like in the D.C. area. If you can at all this morning, Metro probably your best bet through multiple parts of the D.C. area. Makia?
All right. Thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, a lot of people are in the district, or the D.C. region, rather, this morning, hoping to witness history. In fact, 200,000 people are expected to attend inauguration events throughout the day. And that means navigating downtown D.C. will be quite tricky.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. Fox 5's Melanie Alwick is live in Northwest at Metro Center. And listen, Mel, there's a lot of changes. What do people need to know as they're getting out the door this morning?
I I would say, you know, just be flexible. But Metro certainly has a lot of employees. Everybody they got is on staff this morning to make things go smoothly. And I just came up from downstairs. Metro Center Station opened right on time at 5 a.m. A lot of security as well. A number of National Guard troops down there helping to help facilitate traffic flow, and also just keeping an eye, as you know, very important, keeping an eye on people coming in and out of the stations. I want to show you, I was just able to get my commemorative Metro card. So some of these are available. There are only certain stations where, certain kiosks where they're selling them. And so you may find a line for some of these, and they're available until supplies run out. So this is definitely going to be one of the Metro souvenirs of the day. So they're expecting things to go pretty smoothly. Metro Center here expected to be one of the premier locations where people are going to be coming in and out of. And as Annie Mae has been telling you, certainly there are some Metro stations that are going to be closed. Take a look here. That's going to be Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square, Archives, Gallery Place. You can only transfer trains there. You can't go in and out of the station. Pentagon also closed, but one thing that is open is Smithsonian. That was scheduled to be closed, but that will be open for you as well. You can park at Metro stations anywhere from $3 to $5.20, depending on the location. And it's going to be the regular schedule for today. So Red Line is going to be really the way you want to go. Trains running there every 5 to 6 minutes to get everyone where they want to go. We talked to some people out here bright and early this morning, a couple that drove in from Indiana, hoping to be in that line to get into the 20,000 people to get one of those precious seats.
Coming down from Indiana was fine all the way till we got to D.C., and then it was like standstill traffic. Yeah.
And then coming into downtown, what did you see? Describe that to me.
It's just still, it's still a bunch of cars, a bunch of people walking, a bunch of people heading down to be in line and stuff. Parking was horrendous, but.
And you see, like, we've got a bunch of National Guardsmen here.
Oh yeah, and we talked to a few of them. They're really awesome guys. You know, they helped out a lot with where we were supposed to go and stuff, and really friendly.
Had to get here early enough to be one of the 20,000 to make it into the arena, so that's what we're doing.
Yeah, how exciting is this day for you?
Oh, this makes my year. Yeah, I'm a huge Trump supporter, and this is history, so it's fun to be part of it.
And so I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of people who want to be part of it. So far, pretty sparse inside the Metro, but it is early. All the stations just opened, so depending on where people are coming from the outskirts, we expect they should be flowing into the Metro Center any minute. And like I said, a lot of folks on hand here with Metro, helping to get them to where they're going and being very helpful, facilitating what they need to do. I also saw some new signage up in the Metro station as well, saying, you know, welcome to America's Metro station. So really kind of making that point that while we are all very familiar with Metro here in Washington, D.C., it may be a new experience for so many people from out of town, and they are welcoming and opening it to everyone. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mel.
All right. Thank you, Mel. We'll check back in with you later, but it's time for a quick break. As we come back, we got to talk about it. Hail to the Commanders. 4 words everybody's saying this morning.
And the hashtag HTTC, you've seen that floating all the way around. Also, we're going to be hearing from fans and how they're feeling after Saturday's huge win in Motor City as they look ahead to the week's division showdown. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
And as they go to break, a quick content reminder for you here on Live Now from Fox. We know today is Inauguration Day 2025. Live coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. But as you all can see, myself and my 2 producers, Hgma and Tania, we have been here since the wee early hours of 2 a.m. because we want to give you this coverage in real time, sharing what you can expect as it relates to safety and security. Also, what you can bring in and around the area to make sure that you have everything you need to know. We are getting some more tweets into our Live Now from Fox studio in real time. This coming from the District of Columbia National Guard. This coming out on X early this morning, sharing it with you in real time. It says, quote, more than public safety, the National Guard's medical teams are keeping service members healthy and mission ready for the 60th presidential inauguration, preventing illness and treating injuries. Very important to keep in mind. As we know, there are some very chilly and frigid temperatures there at the nation's capital. And of course, they don't want people to get hypothermia, get too cold. So they are there to lend a helping hand. 528 here on the East Coast. We do see that Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick break. Let's check back in.
To see, but guys, you're taking a live look out at the city of Fairfax. Let's get over to Taylor this morning, who has the full forecast. Hey, Taylor.
Yeah, if you were outside this weekend, it was certainly not that bad outside of the precipitation that moved through yesterday, where we picked up on under an inch of snowfall being reported at DCA and also at Dulles Airport. But we are going to get the sunshine back today. However, it's going to be so dangerously cold out there. Real temperatures will top out in the 20s, so notice that it really won't warm up at all. If anything, temperatures will drop once we lose the sunshine later today with sunset. Notice how much colder it gets through the next couple of days. Wednesday looks to be the coldest when finally we'll break this Arctic blast. I think by the end of the week, we may briefly get above freezing on Thursday. Friday looks a little bit milder, and then we could certainly see some melting with 40s possible by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 526 your time. We'll take a look there at your, of course, 2025 presidential inauguration. Road closures as well as just emergency no parking in several areas of really in and around many parts of the district. We'll take a look at the convention center. That's the ball closures Monday, January 20th. There's a whole list of these. M Street, L Street, K Street, New York Avenue, N Street, M Street. The full list is going to be on fox5dc.com as well as inauguration.dc.gov is a great place for you to go. They have an interactive map, and you can actually click on specific streets in the area. We'll go ahead and look at Metro Rail as well, but just keep in mind there are a couple of closures around several parts of the D.C. area that you can also find on fox5dc.com. Stick with us. We'll be back after a quick break.
With Wells Fargo.
And as they get to a quick break, we are going to do the same. I'm Hgma Francine. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 5:32 is the time here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. I want to share this with you in real time. It coming in from Time Magazine, and you can see how it shows President-elect Donald Trump swerving back into office on this Monday morning as it is Inauguration Day 2025. And then you can see the caption there on your screen. It says he's back. If you're just now seeing it again, there you go. I wanted to show that to you in real time. This one showing some animation. The one we showed moments ago did not have animation. So giving you a little switch up on this Monday morning. Let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC. There's a lot going on out in that area, ranging from winter weather. They're also trying to tie in how it is impacting Inauguration Day 2025. Let's check in with them now.
All right, good morning, everybody. It is 5:29 now, and back now with our special coverage of the inauguration. Of course, it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day as well, celebrating all the wonderful contributions of Dr. King.
Absolutely.
Well, we have live team coverage this morning. We have reporters across the nation's capital, and we have the details on all today's ceremonies and events. Plus, we're going to write out to Annie Mae and Taylor, who are standing in the Weather Center with all the weather and traffic, because that's the big story of the day as well.
Oh, my gosh. You and me.
Yeah.
The dynamic duo.
Are you guys busy enough over there?
We're busy.
On a daily basis,
Okay.
On a daily basis. We're sprinting everywhere. Anyway, going to be very cold, blustery for today. That's really the main headline. Single-digit wind chills will extend throughout today, and then may drop below zero, by tonight. And then finally, we'll get some thawing out there, but not until the weekend once we hit the 40s again. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look at your Monday morning commute. Of course, if that does involve inauguration, parades, whatever you're doing in the D.C. area, just keep in mind there are a lot of road closures. But we'll go ahead and look at this road closure due to actually some icy conditions. That's GW Parkway, both directions, north and southbound, kind of McLean through Arlington. That's closed between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. Just make sure if you want to, you can use Clara Barton Parkway as an alternate. That's closed this morning due to those icy conditions, but we've got so much more in terms of emergency no parking, all those closures, as well as updates for your metro if you do want to head into D.C. today. Makia?
All right, thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, today, the traditional transfer of power between the outgoing Biden administration and incoming Trump administration continues.
That's right. Before President-elect Trump is sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, he and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will start their day with another time-honored tradition. It's called a prayer service, and it starts at St. John's Episcopal Church. All of the presidents have done this.
Absolutely. It's also known as the Church of Presidents. And this morning, Fox 5's Maureen Ume has been outside all morning with a preview of what's to come. Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning. So the perimeter keeps getting pushed out more and more. We're now behind a fence. And, of course, these trucks that are blocking the Black Lives Matter Plaza, of course, the White House as well. This is the security measures in place now because they've done the sweep. We were a little bit closer for the 4 o'clock hour, but they've pushed us further out as they're continuing to tighten security in anticipation of the church service at St. John's Episcopal Church and, of course, the further activities this morning. This is a time-honored tradition. 92 years this has been happening. Every president will go from the White House to St. John's Episcopal for this ceremony. It's a solemn time. It's a time for them to be reflective about the day ahead, the 4 years ahead that they're to serve. And it, of course, it's not political. This is something that is done to really just give them time to more or less breathe, to take in the moment, to take in the significance of the day. And then after that, the President-elect and First Lady will head to Blair House, where they'll have some downtime, and then we'll head on standing in traffic a bit here. We'll head on to the White House, where they'll have tea with President Biden and Joe Biden. And then after that, they'll be heading to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. All of this is pretty well timed out, all beginning at 8 o'clock and going until noon when the swearing-in will be. But there's a lot of coordination that has to go into this. So as you see, there are a lot of folks in place. These trucks have been blocking the entrance. They're firing up a bit, getting ready to, I think, block off another section. The roadway, for the most place, is mostly closed off, but you do have emergency vehicles and those who are allowed to be in this area, allowed to come through. So a lot of coordination happening with Secret Service, local police, law enforcement agents. Thousands of other law enforcement agents have come into town to help with securing the area. You see the fencing that Miles just showed. They've got 32 miles of fencing, not just around the the White House, but also around the Capitol perimeter. And of course, the concrete barriers that have gone up as well. And as you pass these buildings where some of these hotels are, you see Secret Service standing outside them with their hands on their weapons. Very sort of menacing in some ways, but again, to show you the seriousness of how they're taking this, security very, very tight. They said it would be some of the most robust security that we've ever had for an inauguration. So there's this timeline in place, as I've said. All starts at 8 o'clock with the church service at St. John's, going up until the swearing-in ceremony, and of course beyond this afternoon and into the night with the balls. But that's pretty much what's happening here. Security, the main point here. Everything starts in just a couple hours, so we'll be standing by. We were hoping to be closer to give you a view of the President and First Lady as they make their way to St. John's, but it looks like that won't be possible as we continue to get pushed back from where we were initially. But there's a press pool that has been set up there. Hopefully they can get those pictures. We can share that with you later. And also we've seen people coming and going, some people trying to get through their location by Capital One Arena to try to get their spot in line to get inside the venue for the swearing-in ceremony. We'll try to talk to some people. Some didn't want to stop, but they said, we were in a rush, got to get to where we're going. I understand if you travel lots and lots of distance and you're not able to be on the mall for the swearing-in, you have to go elsewhere. You're probably rushing to make sure you at least get a good vantage point after spending so much time and money to do that. So anyway, we'll be here on the scene. We'll keep trying to give you a little bit of the taste of what you're experiencing Inauguration Day. It's not just a pomp and circumstance. There's a lot of stuff happening. You kind of get to see how the sausage is made, if you will, with the security measures in place, how it's coordinating, getting people to and from where they need to go. We'll continue to give you that inside glimpse into what happens on the other side of inauguration, and of course the pageantry of it as well will be part of our reporting this morning. But for now, that's the latest. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Maureen, with a look behind the scenes at all it takes to make something like this happen this morning. And speaking of that pre-inauguration ceremony, we know President Biden attended a Catholic service last year. Presidents do have the option to attend. James Madison, also the very first president to attend a service there. Some really fascinating history behind St. John's Episcopal Church. In the meantime, despite the cold, thousands waited in long lines for a rally last night at Capital One Arena. And now that many of the parade festivities have been moved into the arena, there are more long lines this morning. Let's get straight out to Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez, who's live outside of the arena this morning with more. Steph, I mean, you've talked to people who've traveled in from all around the world, and even those who've camped out since last night. People are dedicated.
Dedicated, and it is cold out here, brutally cold, so they have a lot of love. Now we have, we're talking to the future here. We have a lot of young people out here as well. We're by 9th and G, about a block away. We've got a family in here from, tell me where again, guys?
St. Louis.
St. Louis area. All right, so what has your experience been like so far?
It's been amazing. Yeah.
How about you, little one?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? You're not cold? Oh,
Not
really?
a little bit.
What's keeping you warm?
My coat.
Tell me, guys, what you know about President-elect Trump and why you're here.
I'm here because, even though being as young as I am, I can still see his effects from his last term on the economy and how it changed from this new Biden-Harris term.
Okay, how about you, lady?
I don't know. We love Trump, so yeah.
How about you, little one? What are you hoping to hear today?
Go Trump.
Anyone?
Yeah, the same thing.
Same thing? All right. Thank you, guys. Safe travels. Guys, get a look at all of the crowd here. So this is 9th and G, and there's a lot of activity as well. A lot of folks waiting in line. And then we have some young entrepreneurs here as well. What's your name, young man?
My name is Darvor Young.
And where are you from?
Sierra Leone.
So what are you doing out here this morning?
I just had my dad bought a whole bunch of hand warmers, so we just want to sell them, make some money.
Walking around, it's pretty cold out here.
Yeah.
How's business so far?
It's pretty good. I got a whole bunch of buyers already.
So you told me you're 16 years old.
Yeah.
This is your first presidential inauguration?
Yes.
What do you make of what you're seeing? What do you think of what's going on?
Yeah, a lot of people. I never knew a lot of people were going to be right here.
All right.
I thought it was going to be at least 100 people. That's it.
Are you going to watch the event when it happens?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't think I want to, actually.
Why not?
Because I'm not into that politics stuff. I can't lie.
All right, young man. Well, thank you. We wish you best of luck here. Stay warm for everybody out here. Be prepared because it is freezing. Now, want to show you back this way, 9th and G here. So what they're going to tell you is 4th and H is the only entry point. And then once you get there, all the crowd attendees will be directed to 9th and G if you're planning to go to Capital One Arena to see the inaugural parade that is now indoors, Cap One, the viewing area. But I want to let everyone know you cannot turn up or down on 9th if you you get through because this area is closed off. This is the security checkpoint. They're going to direct you down. So 10th, possibly 11th, keep going. Be prepared to keep walking down. This crowd has been growing well before 4 o'clock this morning when we first went on air. If you live in the area, 3rd and G or 9th and H are going to be your access points, and just be prepared to show your license that has proof of address. We're going to keep talking with the crowd out here, guys. A lot of folks bundled up, trying to make sure that they get a chance to get inside. It's very latest here. I'll send it back into you.
All right, thanks so much, Stephanie. A lot of excitement out there as President-elect Trump will be sworn in just a few hours.
That's right. He's making some money out there, too.
He is.
All right. We'll be right back with a quick break.
All right, and as they go to a quick break, wanting to show you this live look on this Monday morning. It's Inauguration Day 2025, and we're giving you a live look in front of the White House as within just a few hours, the Biden-Harris administration will exit the White House, and to enter the White House will be the Trump-Vance administration. They are already back from a quick break. Let's check back in with Fox 5 DC.
And more than 1,000 people are expected on hand this morning for the 60th presidential inauguration. In fact, thousands, 250,000 even, to go out to the inaugural parade at Capital One Arena.
Yeah, a lot of people. Because of that, dozens of roads and metro closures are going to affect. It's going to make it very tricky for commuters and attendees who are trying to get downtown for that celebration. Let's get to Melanie Olmec, who is live in Northwest this morning with some tips and maybe even some tricks to make sure that your trip is smooth. Good morning, Mel.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we are here at Metro Center, sort of ground zero for where everybody is going to come in to go to the inauguration. Hey, we are live here on Fox 5. Can I talk to you real quick? We're trying to go. Okay, they're trying to get to, they want to make sure they get in line really, really quick. So a lot of people are in a hurry, but some folks having a good time on our nation's Metro rail system. I'll tell you what, Metro tells me that they are fully staffed. Their emergency operations center opened yesterday to be ready for all of this. Metro Transit Police are here through all of the stations. They also are getting an assist from transit officers who have come in from around the country. Another thing you'll see here in the Metro stations, also National Guardsmen, not only along the platforms, but outside the stations as well, making sure that they can keep everything safe. We've been watching the trains so far, and they are starting to fill up here as folks are making their way from some of the further out stations. A lot of people paying attention to the idea that some of the stations are closed, and it's a really good idea to park. If you're planning on taking Metro, park a little further out. Get in one of these other lines and then come here to Metro Center. They're ready for you. They've got a lot of stuff. And then one other thing I want to let you guys know, right here at Metro Center, it's the only station, I'm told, where you can get that commemorative card. So if that's something that's important to you, you want to come here to Metro Center and find that one kiosk that says you can get your commemorative cards here. They have supplies only until they run out. So that's going to be, I think, a hot ticket for a lot of people. But it's going to be a great day here. We know that some of the stations are closed, but other stations have opened, like the Smithsonian station is one that is available to you that was not going to be available until they started shifting all of the security lines. But people here are having a good time. We talked to a lot of folks this morning who came down really, really early to try to stand in those security lines. I think everyone, their number one focus is they're trying to get to Capital One Arena to hope to be one of those 20,000. But what we do know is that if you don't make it in, if you're not one of those 20,000, you can also go through pedestrian screening, and you can line up along Pennsylvania Avenue. What would have been the parade route, we're now told, is the motorcade. And there is going to be the opportunity for people to be able to view that motorcade as well. The timing is a little unclear, so that's definitely something that folks will be able to do. And anybody want to talk to Fox 5 real quick? Come on. So tell me. So you're here today.
We are, yes.
Where are you from?
From Tampa, Florida.
Tampa? Yeah. How you finding the weather?
It's fine. I lived in Chicago for 20 years.
So you're used to it. What are you looking forward to?
We're just looking forward to celebrating the re-election of Donald Trump. We've met so many nice people. We're having a great time. Enjoy the city, and just proud to be here.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
So that's been pretty much the take we've had from most people, guys. It's just they're here. They want to have a good time. They want to celebrate with their friends, and they want to just make it a good day. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mel. You can see people certainly out and about and just probably trying to figure their way around, but it helps to have all the signage, of course. All right, a quick break we are heading to right now. We're going to be back with more your Inauguration Day forecast and how long these frigid temperatures will last. Stay with us.
The time now 5:48 here on the East Coast. I'm Hgma Francine. We are going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. On this Monday morning, we are keeping a close eye on Inauguration Day 2025, but we also know today is MLK Day. Want to give you a look as we are following the very latest. This picture coming in from Martin Luther King Jr. III. This is the son of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We know today MLK Day, a federal holiday to honor the life and legacy of civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta, they are hosting a MLK event today starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Popping that up on your screen as a quick content reminder. We will have that event for you on a separate YouTube stream. Don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, we do know, again, getting back to priority coverage, today is Inauguration Day 2025, and don't forget, you can get that right here in full. I want to take you back out to the nation's capital, giving you a live look at the White House as flags are currently at half staff there here at 551. Let's check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC.
Literally so many street closures in the D.C. area in several places, but it's about 10 minutes between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. If you're headed 395 northbound, as well as the rest of the DMV in terms of your area main roads, the potential for some ice as well from some winter weather yesterday. So a lot going on in the DMV on Monday. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Eddie Mae. 5:50 is your time right now. Stephen Mercer here with what we have coming up in our next hour. Good morning, guys.
Good Monday morning to both of you. A very busy day in the Fox 5 newsroom on this Inauguration Monday. Our team coverage will continue into the next hour with our crews spread out all across the district. We're going to have live reports from Capital One Arena, from outside of the White House, and from Metro as crowds come into the city for all of the ceremonies. We're going to also check back in with Tucker for your Inauguration Day forecast.
All right.
right, we can't not talk about the Commanders, right? Congratulations to them, as it's all just setting in for a lot of people. Burgundy and Gold, one win away from the Super Bowl for the first time since the 90s. So we're going to take a look at how much you'll have to shell out for tickets if you want to head up to see them play. Good news is you can drive to Philly pretty easily. Bad news is you're looking at $1,000 or more just to get in.
Yeah. Lots of money, lots of company.
Yeah. What do they say? Today's price is, yesterday's price is today's price.
You got it.
Hey, but
Price went up.
Those Dirty Birds don't stand a chance, guys. They don't do it.
You got it.
Let's go, Commanders. See you in a bit, guys.
We'll see you guys in a second. All right, well, TikTok is back after going offline for several hours over the weekend. This was the response to the federal ban prohibiting the social media app from operating in the U.S. Now, this morning, President-elect Trump, who once led the call to ban the platform, is now being held as its hero. Yesterday, in a post on Truth Social, Trump promised to issue an executive order on day one of his presidency, giving TikTok's Chinese-based parent company, ByteDance, more time to find a U.S. buyer for the app.
Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. We have to save it, a lot of jobs.
Well, ByteDance issued a statement thanking Trump for promising to hold off on the ban. TikTok now has 90 days to find a new and approved U.S. buyer.
Well, during one of her final days in the White House, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden paid a visit to the National Zoo to get a sneak peek at the new giant pandas. She went on a private tour with her grandson and then to check out Bao, Li, and Qing Bao and how they're going to make their debut on Friday. Now, the zoo will host celebrations until February 9th, right in time for the Lunar New Year Festival.
Oh, that's so good.
Aw, I can't wait to see the pandas myself in person.
I know her grandson, Bo, was just so excited. You see him just reacting with Bao, Li, and Qing Bao. Of course, they were asleep the whole time, but good to see.
All right, guys. Well, a lot more news, weather, and traffic coming your way. We're going to bring more updates on this Inauguration Day. It's coming up on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
I'm Hgma Francine. We have to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 5:55 on the East Coast. We'll be right back. 5:57 here on the East Coast, and we're getting this in from X. This tweet coming down from President Biden. He says, on our last full day in office, Jill and I wanted to be in South Carolina. We started this morning in church to reflect on the power of faith. And here at the International African American Museum, we reflect on the power of history in redeeming the soul of our nation. So I wanted to share that with you in real time. If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. We do have a quick content reminder for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, we know today, Monday, January 20th, is MLK Day, that federal holiday where we examine and honor the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But we are also keeping a close eye on today's festivities, this momentous occasion of Inauguration Day 2025, live coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So wanting to share that with you. As we further discuss the very latest, energy is growing as the nation and the world await President-elect Donald Trump's second inauguration. I want to take you out to the nation's capital at this hour as we know security already in full force. While there's been major changes to several of the locations of today's events, thousands of men and women in uniform remain at the ready. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joins us in Washington with the latest on what you can expect from all of the action.
We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people.
President-elect Donald Trump is eager for his second term to start. Once he takes the oath of office, he will officially become the 47th president of the United States.
Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders.
While frigid temperatures force the ceremony from the iconic west front of the Capitol to inside the rotunda, security in and around is still red hot.
MPD is actively monitoring 19 scheduled First Amendment demonstrations across the city.
On Sunday, thousands of officers from across the country were given police powers in D.C. through Monday.
Our officers are on the ground, supporting road closures, managing crowd safety.
Before Donald Trump swears in, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh will give the vice presidential oath of office to J.D. Vance, the first millennial to serve in that role. Chief Justice John Roberts will then administer the presidential oath to Trump.
We have to remember that America is that shining city on a hill, and we want the world to see how we practice our democracy.
All three living former presidents, as well as outgoing President Joe Biden, will attend. And with hundreds of thousands of supporters in town, now with nowhere to go, the Trump team is having a live viewing party at D.C.'s Capital One Arena.
And now it's Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us on this Monday morning. The time now officially 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Hgma Francine. We're going to go ahead and check in with our content partners, Fox 5 DC. We see they are back from a quick commercial break. They are sharing the very latest and everything you need to know about Inauguration Day 2025.
Melanie Allwood keeping an eye on crowds already gathering at Metro.
Well, we begin this morning with Tucker and Annie Mae tracking your Inauguration Day commute and weather. Tucker, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Cold temperatures, as advertised, have arrived overnight here on the back end of our snow that we had yesterday afternoon. And you're pretty much looking at high temperatures right now, which are in the 20s. We're 26 degrees in Washington. And you can see that surrounding counties here, Germantown down to 17 degrees, 24 in Waldorf, La Plata. Not showing you wind chills, which are in the single digits and teens. And guess what? From here, temperatures won't budge. It will be a good looking day, lots of sunshine, but windy and very cold with wind chills in the teens most of the day. More coming up. Annie Mae.
All right. Thank you. 6 o'clock, we'll take a look at your Monday morning commute. In terms of the Beltway, right now it's looking great, but where you aren't is a majority of those street closures as well as Metro rail closures that you do need to keep in mind if you are headed into the D.C. area today for everything that's going on regarding inauguration. Red line trains run every 5 to 6 minutes. Green and yellow lines run every 6 minutes. Blue, orange, and silver run every 10 to 12. So keep all those in mind. Metro really is going to be your best bet this morning. We do have a couple of closures in terms of your areas, though. It's Archives, Mount Vernon Square, Federal Triangle are some of the ones that are closed this morning.
We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people.
Despite the cold, thousands of people waited in very long lines to get into Capital One Arena last night. Same thing expected this morning.
Let's get out to Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez with a look on the ground from the arena. And Stephanie, people already lined up and ready to go.
Lined up some since 7:30 last night. Now, this is the area to go through security to get to Capital One Arena. And, guys, you can see it's a huge crowd here. And like I told you, some people sleeping over. There's still ice and snow on the ground. So it's brutal cold out here, but you see the dedication of a lot of folks. Now, we have some fine people here willing to talk with us live this morning. Tell everybody here where you're from, because we had a little conversation before.
I'm from Rhode Island.
Rhode Island?
Alabama.
Alabama.
Louisiana.
Louisiana. Welcome to D.C. Is this the first time to D.C.?
Yes.
This is. What do you make of how things have been going so far?
Oh, it's been great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You told me, though, you weren't able to get in last night.
Yeah, no, the line was just too long. But
did you have tickets to come down originally?
Yeah.
To see the inauguration?
Yep.
Is there any today?
No, there's no idea.
So what time did you here then?
I got here at 3.
3 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's pretty early.
Yeah.
And obviously you're hoping to get in. What do you hope to experience today?
Well, just even being here in the line, you know, just the camaraderie of the people, I think, you know, looking forward to seeing Trump.
How about you folks? Did you have tickets going in?
We do. Well, we had tickets to stand in a good place by the Capitol, had it indeed taken place outside. But no, this was just register. We got confirmed after giving names, address, phone numbers, and then they gave us instructions to start standing in line early, dress warm. But we know they're only going to allow 20,000 folks in. We hope to be in that number.
All right, well, thank you folks for talking with us.
Though, because
stand by.
Oh.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. We're going to go inside the arena right now, and we'll check in with Jacqueline Matter, who is there. You got the coveted spot. All those folks outside are waiting to get, Jacqueline.
Yeah, good morning, Stephen, Marissa. That's right. We passed by Stephanie and all of those thousands of people that are standing outside of Capital One Arena as they wait to make their way inside the building here because of those frigid temperatures that have now moved all of the festivities for Inauguration Day here inside. Now, let's take a look at what many of those supporters were expecting. They were expecting to see the president sworn in on the National Mall, but instead they will file into Capital One Arena today to watch the ceremony in the inaugural address live here on the Jumbotrons. Then the pomp and circumstance will then make its way to Capital One Arena from the Capitol Rotunda. Now, instead of the traditional parade down Pennsylvania Avenue, the president will also join supporters here after his swearing in, where he will make some of his first remarks as the 47th president of the United States. Now, last night, President-elect Trump also held his last victory rally here at Capital One Arena before taking office, greeted by a thunderous applause of thousands of supporters. He touched on a number of campaign promises while he was speaking, hoping to put into action in his first few days in office. Those included things like stronger border policies, remaking the federal government, also taking credit for ceasefire in the Middle East, and the return of the coveted TikTok.
I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. At noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
Now, the security doors here at Capital One will open in a little less than an hour at 7 a.m. All those people Stephanie's been talking to outside, they'll start making their way in here. We've got a full rundown of what's to come throughout the morning here on Fox 5. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. Guys,
Jacqueline, thanks very much. And keep it right here to Fox 5 all day long as our presidential inauguration coverage continues. You could tune in right here on Fox 5 on our website, fox5dc.com. You could stream it all live on our Fox Local app, which if you haven't downloaded it yet, you can scan that QR code on the screen and do so now.
6:06 now. It's time to do weather as we take a live view out in Frederick this morning. And Tucker, we all know weather played a role in the inauguration as well, moving it indoors.
Yeah, fear was cold weather or the forecast, and it's been realized early this morning as we have temperatures in the mid-20s and wind chills in the teens, and it's not, the numbers just aren't going to warm up a lot today. So even with sunshine, if you're going to be standing in line or outside for any period of time, make sure you are ready for a cold, cold day. All right, let's do some numbers for you and hop on in here. Very cold and blustery. And again, we're talking about wind chills much of the day in the teens. Those are your actual air temperatures at 6 a.m. 26 degrees at Reagan National. Of course, we got some fresh snow cover out there for much of the area as well. Dulles, 20 degrees, 23 this morning in Baltimore, BWI Marshall. Winds are back out of the north and west at 10, and they'll get blustery at times, probably to 20 to 30. So wind chills, again, going to be the big story today. Just make sure you don't have exposed skin for long periods of time. As the daytime highs, as I mentioned, we're pretty much looking at them in the mid-20s. We won't warm up from here as we got very, very cold. Really our coldest Arctic blast here we've seen so far this winter season in the Washington area, expected later this afternoon. Good news is we're back to sunshine. The light rain and then sleet and then snow we had yesterday is all gone, and it should be a brighter day. We'll see a little bit of cloudiness this afternoon, but otherwise quiet looking day for you and a quiet couple days. Just very, very cold around here the next couple afternoons and overnights. 27 will do it for a daytime high. Very blustery out there. Annie Mae, good morning.
Good morning. Right now, 6:07. We'll take a look at GW Parkway north and southbound. This is having to do with what Tucker said due to some of that winter weather we were looking at yesterday. Those icy conditions, definitely a potential there on GW Parkway. That is closed between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. If you do have to head that direction, you can use Clara Barton Parkway as the alternate. That's the McLean kind of through Arlington area. Otherwise, throughout the DMV right now, as of 6:08, you are looking great in terms of your area main roads. It's about 5 minutes if you're headed DC 295 southbound between Kenilworth and the 11th Street Bridge. Inbound New York Avenue, 8 between Kenilworth and the 3rd Street Tunnel. 395 northbound, 10 from the Beltway towards the 14th Street Bridge. Marissa?
Annie Mae, thank you so much. Today's inauguration ceremony begins with the traditional prayer service at St. John's Episcopal Church.
All right, Marina May is as close as she can get to the church this morning with a preview of one of the, it's what we get every inauguration, Mo.
Yeah, you know, so we were closer to St. John's Episcopal Church earlier this morning, but obviously they have to do a security sweep, so we've been pushed back beyond another perimeter. Let me go this way so you can see the trucks now blocking. You also have that anti-scaling fence that is up around here. Secret Service pushing us back this way because, again, they had to sweep the area in preparation of President-elect Trump making his way to St. John's Episcopal Church later this morning for that traditional ceremony or service that he will have with the First Lady. This is really a chance to be reflective, to think about the next 4 years, what they want to accomplish. This is an apolitical service. This is something that they do every 4 years. Every president does. For 92 years, they've been doing this. So again, this is designed to just give him the space to be a little contemplative about what lies ahead the next 4 years. After that, he'll make his way back to the White House, where he's expected to have tea with President Biden and Jill Biden before then going into the swearing-in ceremony. As we've been showing you all morning long, security has been incredibly tight, but a lot of folks braving the security, braving the weather to just have a chance to be at this historic event. These two gentlemen, we stopped them. You can see they're dressed for the occasion. Cold out here. Where are you guys from, and what's your name?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Oh, so you're cold. You are used to the cold.
Yeah, Corey Francis.
Why is it important for you to be here today?
Because I painted them back in 2015, and it came out amazing, and I made a lot of money during the 16th inauguration. But he's going to make everything right. He's going to fix shit.
All right. Well, wait a minute. So sorry. Okay, please don't get us in trouble. All right. And what about you, sir?
I'm here just to support Trump and make America great again, 100%. The way it was, the way it 100%. Should be.
Are you hopeful that there will be at least a coming of minds? The folks who didn't support him maybe will come under his umbrella this time.
Oh, yeah. Yes. He was voted out. Now he's voted back in by America. So. Yeah. America's had enough.
100%.
All right, gentlemen, I know you have more to say, but I've got to wrap up here. But thank you so much for being here.
I was here in 3 different other inaugurations, and it's never been like this.
Security very tight. We've been talking about it. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. This is Channel 5, Fox 5. As you can see, a lot of people here excited to be here at the nation's capital for this inauguration. Any way you voted, you can't deny that this is history in the making. And so we are here covering all bases for you this morning, from the security to the crowd to the pageantry and ceremony. We've got you covered here at Fox 5. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
We'll be hearing from voters all day, all morning long. Thanks so much, Maureen, for getting us started early. It's 6:11, still to come. Much more on today's inauguration, including how Metro is faring so far with all of the huge crowds.
All right, and in other news, the Commanders now 1 win away from the Super Bowl for the first time since '91. Reaction from fans, and a look at how much those tickets are going for up in Philly.
All right, and we appreciate our content partners there at Fox 5 DC. As they get to a quick 2-minute commercial break, we're going to stay on the air because we have a lot to show you as it relates to Inauguration Day 2025. Take a good look at your screen. This just coming in from the United States Secret Service. They are providing an update on this Monday, January 20th. They say, quote, for those attending the presidential parade at the Capital One Arena Monday, January 20th, the U.S. Secret Service is directing everyone to an entry point located at 4th and H Street Northwest. All attendees will be directed from there to the main security checkpoint at 9th and G Street Northwest. Security screening will begin at 7 a.m. Now, for D.C. residents who live within the Chinatown and Judiciary Square neighborhoods, there will be a community access point located at 9th and H Street Northwest and 3rd and G Street Northwest. They go on to say you must have a valid D.C. license listing your local address. And I will tell you all, on this Monday, they are not playing. We have seen Fox 5's Melanie Alnwick out there, and there's a certain card you have to take the metro that you will be given. And also, again, as it says there, they are checking your ID to make sure you are where you need to be when you say you need to be there. But of course, you can imagine this is what happens when we have an inauguration. Safety and security, a top priority for the Secret Service. If we look back to last year, what happened at those campaign rallies for President-elect Donald Trump, we saw attempted assassinations. So the Secret Service keeping this in mind on this inauguration day, as they don't want anything to go haywire on today. They want to keep the current president, Joe Biden, and then VP Harris, and then the incoming administration, the Trump and Vance administration, safe at all times. And of course, the people who are there, they want to keep them safe as well. We do have a look at some of the safety and security clearances. This takes us out to D.C., and you can see Melanie Alnwick there in the distance. I just wanted to show this to you in real time so you can see what I was referring to about how transit is being affected. 6:14 here on the East Coast. I also want to show you a live look at the White House. If you're just now tuning in, you can see the flags there and half staff on this inauguration day. So wanting to provide that perspective for you as we continue to share the very latest. Quick content reminder for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We will have coverage throughout the morning. I want to share this graphic with you in real time. Inauguration Day 2025 live coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. But of course, I'm in the host chair right now, Gina Francine, and we're providing all of that pre-coverage for you, safety and security measures, what you need to know. Maybe you're wanting to know what are you allowed to bring in and around the perimeter. Of course, traffic congestion, winter weather alerts. As we know, snow and ice are in the area as well. And then, of course, there will be streets that are blocked off because obviously with the parade route and everything, they want to keep everything at a safe distance. So wanting to share that with you in real time so that you are prepared. 6:15 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. Want to give you a live look, a different shot that's into our Live Now from Fox studios there. The U.S. Capitol there in the distance, a wide-scale view on this Inauguration Day. And as we continue to propel the coverage and get you excited about this momentous occasion, this coming in from the D.C. Police Department. They say months of planning have led us to this moment. Follow along as our MPD motor unit, along with officers across the agency, are on the move to protect and serve the city and our country on this momentous day. So keep that in mind. Make sure you are making smart, safe moves on this Inauguration Day. All right, let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC.
With a group of people yesterday, very excited about the Commanders. None of them were alive last time they went to the championship game. It suddenly made me feel very old.
33 years.
I know.
34 years.
It's a whole lifetime.
Can't wait for next weekend, though. Really exciting. That was just an amazing win. All right, you probably can wait to go outside and experience what Mother Nature has to offer you. Let's revisit yesterday quickly. Wow, our snow took its time getting here, but when it did, it really came down. It was beautiful there for a couple hours. And that sleet, I've never seen it sleet as hard as it did yesterday afternoon for about an hour. Officially, 3/10 of an inch at Reagan National there, but more as you got up north and west at 95. Dulles 1.4 inches, Baltimore 1 inch, and again, as you got where the area was under a winter storm warning, we have lots of 4- and 5-inch snow totals from yesterday. All right, fresh snow covering for many of us, and here comes the cold. And going forward for your day-to-day, it's all about the cold weather. 26 in Washington, Leonardtown 24 degrees, 18 in Gaithersburg. These are air temperatures. 19 is the winning number. Winchester, Hagerstown, Cumberland, where again we did get some more impressive snow amounts, over 4 inches in Winchester. There's current wind chills, 16 in Washington, 9 in Gaithersburg. Winds are going to be persistent and very blustery at times today, out of north and west to about 25. So, unfortunately, these numbers aren't going to budge at all today. Highs only expected to be in the mid-20s. Should be plenty of sunshine for you. Quiet afternoon. I know many of us are going to be outside for periods of time later today. It's never going to be a comfortable day, but at least it should be a sunny day or a partly to mostly sunny day as we have quiet conditions. It's very, very cold tonight, and we're going to kind of reset and do this pattern for the next couple of days. It really won't warm up until the end of the week. And I do want to mention very quickly, even though we had light snow amounts, it has really locked up, very icy across the area early this morning. So be extra cautious on those roads. 27 today, 25 tomorrow, 23 on Wednesday, then a little better. Anime?
Burr. Cold. Right now, 617, we'll take a look there. 95 northbound, about 15 minutes if you're headed from Quantico to the Beltway. Your area main roads are looking pretty good, but actually Tucker mentioned it as well. Potential for some ice on some of those secondaries as well as your neighborhood. I know when I was headed out the door this morning, of course, a little bit earlier, it was literally an ice rink on some of your secondaries as well as your neighborhood. So just keep that in mind as you are headed out the door. Inner loop is about 12 between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road. 66 looking good as well from Manassas towards the Beltway, about 17 for that 19-mile stretch. Dulles Toll Road, 12, your westbound side of things, 13, your eastbound side of things from the airport towards the Beltway. Just know GW is going to be closed there. That's between kind of McLean, Arlington, between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway due to those icy conditions. Use Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate. Marissa?
I took an Uber, Annie Mae, because of the icy conditions, so you're right. Continuing our Inauguration Day coverage, we have some key times you need to know about the historic event.
All right, Stephen joins us with what we should all expect today.
All right, guys, it's a busy day, and good morning to you guys. And if you're planning on celebrating the 60th presidential inauguration, we have some key times for you to pay attention to. So less than an hour away, some security screening will begin at 7. Now, those musical performances that everybody looks forward to seeing, those will start around 9:30 a.m. And then opening remarks will be at 11:30 a.m. The swearing-in ceremony, however, for President-elect Donald Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance is slated to begin at noon. That'll happen in the Capitol Rotunda. That was moved from outdoors to indoors. The traditional inaugural lunch, that'll be followed by the ceremony. So we'll get those things for you. And of course, we got a lot to follow today. Stay with Fox 5, stay with Fox Local as we continue our coverage all day long, guys.
The ceremonial units of the U.S. military stepping into the spotlight as they gear up for today's inauguration. And with so much happening inside the Capitol, their job is evolving, working around the clock to make sure everything runs smoothly. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Richard Breen, who no stranger to inauguration, says it's all about about the precision and the timing. Speaking from his years of military experience in D.C., telling Fox 5's On the Hill this weekend that now it's time to put the planning into action and execute that mission flawlessly.
You practice, you rehearse, and train, and with the military, you always have contingency operations. So you've prepared for an inclement weather plan that you normally do. But that does change the whole logistics and the dynamics of the event.
Military District of Washington includes the Old Guard, the Caisson, Chorus, and Army bands, also an aviation and combat role in the defense of the National Capital Region.
Checking our other top stories this morning, a man faces murder charges for shooting and killing 2 people in Rockville. 25-year-old Kaloyan Demov-Stoev is a suspect being held without bond. They say he killed a man in a car last Friday morning on Shady Grove Road. Less than a mile away, they say he killed a woman in a parking lot.
All right, as they switch to a more localized coverage, we are going to stay on national, what many people are waking up following on this Monday, January 20th, giving you a live look there at the White House, the flags at half staff, and you can see in the distance all of the lights and sirens that are showing security in full force, to say the least, on this Monday on Inauguration Day. So wanting to make sure you all see that in real time. Again, giving you this nice shot. I like it. I think it's a nice wide-scale view also of the nation's capital, the U.S. Capitol there on your screen here at 623. So wanting to share that with you in real time as well. Let's continue with this coverage. We are noticing that Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick break with a breaking news alert. Let's check in with them now.
Visit AutoNation Toyota today.
Back with the Fox 5 News Alert now. Released Palestinians recounting prison conditions in Israel as they return home. Some of the women who were released by Israel as part of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas say the conditions in the prison were, quote, very difficult and chaotic. The former hostages say almost no basic necessities were available. Hamas now expected to release several more prisoners on Saturday.
Turning now to the wildfires in Southern California. Firefighters are battling 2 active wildfires. The Palisades fire, which started about 2 weeks ago, is now at 52% containment. Meantime, the Eaton fire is at 81%. The fires have scorched thousands of acres and killed at least 27 people. This morning, authorities are monitoring for the potential for high winds, which could worsen the remaining wildfires. Meantime, 2 people accused of impersonating firefighters have been arrested.
All right, coming up on 625, weather obviously a big deal today with cold conditions out there, Tuck.
Yeah, fresh cover to snow for many of us, and in its wake here, we are looking at some bitter cold air. This will be the coldest air mass we've seen yet this month of January. 26 to start your morning, winds out of the north and west at 10. The feels like, that's your wind chill at 16. This number's not going to budge a lot. That number is not going to budge a lot today. We'll get some sunshine, but we will not get warm temperatures, as we'll be in the mid-20s this afternoon and plenty windy out there. Good-looking morning ahead as far as sunshine. We're done with the snow and the sleet that we had yesterday, and we're looking at a quiet pattern here for the next couple of days, but a very, very cold pattern continues. You can see the daytime highs well below normal. We should be in the mid-40s, 20 degrees plus below normal next couple days. Annie Mae?
I have a snow pic that I took.
Little snowman?
Yesterday.
Little
no,
guy?
it's just like a nice, like...
Oh, snow globe.
Yeah. No, not a snow pic. A snow pic.
Oh.
No, it's not a selfie. It's a picture of the snow.
Oh, yeah.
You
know what I think is hot is a good picture of just the snow. Not you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The things that Tucker thinks is hot. Right now, 625. Well, look, GW Parkway north and southbound. Due to those icy conditions we're looking at, that is going to be closed between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. You can use Clara Barton as an alternate, but of course, with all the construction in the area, GW is just better off that is closed. BW Parkway north and southbound looking good in both directions. Back to you guys.
Keep it right here to Fox 5. Our inauguration coverage continues at 6:30. President-elect Trump will be sworn in later today. We'll go back to the White House. We're taking a live look there now. We have live team coverage for you all day long. After the break, a look at how Metro is doing to keep up with all of the crowds. We'll be right back.
All right, and as they go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, I want to share this content reminder with you here on Live Now from Fox, giving you another live look at the White House here at 627 on the East Coast. As we know, we are hours away from President-elect Donald Trump to be sworn in as the 47th president. We do have some quick content reminders. The Fox Forecast Center predicting that temperatures will get below 30 degrees, and that's why we have medical professionals that are stationed around the site to make sure people don't get hypothermia. Make sure you are bundled up to stay warm. We even saw someone out in that area selling hand warmers as well. We know Inauguration Day in 1994, coldest temperatures in history, reaching only 18 degrees. I'm getting cold just saying that. And then Inauguration Day back in 1951, the warmest temperatures in history, reaching 70 degrees. So you can see how things differ with those times. 6:28 here on the East Coast. Let's take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .30 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. Before the break, we were showing you all those facts as it relates to Inauguration Day and how cold it will be today. I told you all that there will be medical personnel stationed around the perimeter to make sure you are safe, making sure you don't get hypothermia. And we have this tweet to share with you to further confirm that. This coming in from the District of Columbia National Guard. They say it's more than public safety. The National Guard's medical teams are keeping service members healthy and mission ready for the 60th presidential inauguration, preventing illness and treating injuries. So sharing that with you in real time. Let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC as they further dissect all you need to know on this Inauguration Day 2025.
Imagine all of the good things that we will accomplish together with 4 more years in the White House.
Amazing, more than worth the wait.
Go Trump, man. Can't wait for the next 4 years.
But it's really cool. So actually, I'm now a little bit happy that's inside.
You came all the way from Georgia to support President Trump.
I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it.
Today, President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the nation's 47th president. Mr. Trump kicked off his inaugural celebrations over the weekend, which included a victory rally inside of Capital One Arena.
And those events continue today, as well as at the U.S. Capitol. The inauguration, of course, moved indoors due to the bitter cold temperatures.
And we have live team coverage for you all morning long. But first, we want to kick things off with Tucker for your Inauguration Day forecast. Tucker?
Yeah, it's all about the cold here going forward. We got the snow out of here late yesterday afternoon, and we're clearing out overnight. And the cold, it is here to stay. I'm going to show you temperatures right now, and they're not going to budge at all today. So you're pretty much looking at your daytime highs. In fact, they'll probably be a few degrees lower later this afternoon as that cold air continues to move on in. 26 in Washington this morning, 18 in Gaithersburg. Our wind chills are mostly in the teens. At times, the wind chills will be in the single digits today. Really, make sure you protect your skin if you're outside later this afternoon. Annie Mae, I'll have more coming up.
All right, thanks. 6:30, we'll take a look at your Monday morning commute. Of course, that does involve inauguration closures in and around the D.C. area. But we'll go ahead and start on GW Parkway, north and southbound, because of the weather we were actually looking at yesterday. McLean through Arlington, that's between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway, are going to be closed due to those icy conditions, as well as just the construction in and around the area of GW. If you normally take GW, you know about that, so it's better off that it is closed this morning. Otherwise, throughout the DMV, in terms of your area main roads, you've got clear, but D.C. is where it gets a little dicey with all the road closures. Steve?
All right, let's talk Metro for a minute, because Metro riders headed to today's inauguration want to pay close attention to any changes and closures around the city, from adjusted stations to extended closures through tomorrow. There's a lot to keep in mind. So Mel's got that covered for us. She's down at Metro Center with more of the details. Metro opened early this morning, and folks were lined up early. Mel?
That's right. You know, we've seen a steady stream of customers coming in here to Metro Station, and one of the reasons why they want to come to Metro Center is to get this commemorative card. Metro Center is the only place where you can get one of these, and so we even talked to people who made their way all the way from other parts of the system to come here to try to do that. And you can see folks are standing in line here trying to get that commemorative card. They've got a lot of people. It is basically all hands on deck here at Metro Center and at all the Metro stations around the city. We know the Emergency Operations Center opened up yesterday to be prepared for everything that might be happening. And we also know that you're going to see a lot of security as well. You're going to see perhaps some National Guardsmen here. We know that there are transit police officers from around the country that are also coming to join Metro Transit Police to keep things safe for everyone. I want to bring in Monica. Monica, how are you doing?
Hi, fine, thank you.
So tell me how your ride on Metro was this morning.
It was good. There's nobody, although when I went outside, it's full of people. And I wanted to say I really went outside and I heard about the commemoration smart trip cards, and I came here to get it. And I already been interviewed by a Dutch TV station, so it was like a lot international. Yesterday we were with the Romanian DG24 TV station outside.
You said that you're an independent, but you still wanted to come to see the inauguration.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I have the red hat, but it doesn't mean anything rather than it was had an H&M. But it's fantastic to be here. They said there are 20,000 people, but right outside there are probably 50 or 60,000 already, or getting close to it. So I'm not sure we're going to be able to get in. People were staying from last night outside. So
it's still going to be a good day.
It's fantastic, and thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, Monica. Thank you so much, guys. So again, everyone in really good spirits here so far today. And if you need to know about Metro changes, I can tell you, Annie Mae is all over that, guys. But Metro Center really going to be the one place that'll get you where you need to go downtown today.
All right, everybody's bundled up for sure in this weather. You got to be. These frigid temps force the traditionally outdoor swearing-in ceremony to be held inside.
All right, so let's go inside and see what's going on. Jacqueline Matter is there inside the arena this morning, where a lot of folks will be watching. Good morning, Jacqueline.
Yeah, guys, good morning. And we are just hours now away from welcoming in a new commander-in-chief. And as you mentioned, those frigid temperatures that Tucker's been talking about all morning long, that is what is forcing all of these celebrations to come indoors, including here to Capital One Arena. You can see behind me here the crew setting up the stage for the presidential parade and for President-elect Trump to come on stage here. But in about 30 minutes, all those people that are standing outside, when we check in with Stephanie Ramirez, they're going to be making their way in here because the security doors open in less than half an hour, and that's when people will start packing into Capital One Arena. In the meantime, though, of course, like you mentioned, Marissa, many of these people were expecting to be out on the National Mall today. Of course, because of those frigid temperatures, they will now be filing into Capital One Arena to watch the ceremony. That'll be live streamed for the inaugural address on the Jumbotrons here, and then all of that pomp and circumstance is going to make its way here to the Capital One Arena. Last night, President-elect also was President-elect Trump, was also here having his last victory rally ahead of today's inauguration. He spoke about stronger border policies, remaking federal government, and taking credit for the ceasefire in the Middle East and the return of TikTok.
By the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, the invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home.
Now, as I mentioned, the security doors will open here at Capital One Arena at 7 a.m. Then the ceremony will start streaming at 10:30 a.m. ahead of the swearing in at noon. And then at 3:30 p.m. is when the presidential parade will take place here in Capital Arena. Now, what is the big question today is there was upwards of 200,000 people that were expected to be out on the National Mall for Inauguration Day today. Many of those ticketed people were planning to be out there, but Capital One Arena only holds 20,000. So it remains to be seen exactly how many and what the protocol is when it comes to having people in. Is it first come, first serve? Is it a ticketed event? We did reach out to the Presidential Inauguration Committee, but have not heard back from them on that. So we will see in the next 30 minutes, roughly, guys. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jacqueline, thanks very much. Jacqueline, nice and warm inside. As she mentioned, doors will open in less than 30 minutes, and then all the folks outside hopefully can warm up as well, because you need it today.
She's got the coveted spot.
She does. Yes. Yeah, she hit the coverage lottery.
She got right the reporter assignments. She won the lottery, didn't
nice
she?
and warm.
Yes, cold is here. It is here to stay today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. But we're talking about dangerous cold at times, especially when you mix in winds and wind chills. It'll be down near zero. Later tonight, we're going to have wind chills below zero. So we've got some extra advisories here. And just coldest day we've seen so far in the month of January, behind the snow and sleet we had yesterday. 26 this morning in Washington, 24 Upper Marlboro. Good morning, Bowie, 23 degrees. Look at 18 sticks out there. These are actual air temperatures up in Germantown in Montgomery County, 20 in Haymarket, 24 in Dale City. Numbers just aren't going to budge a lot today. These are pretty much your daytime highs. We will get some sunshine. We'll also get a lot of wind at times, currently out of the north and west at about 10, but we'll see gusts occasionally 20 to 25, and that'll give us wind chills very much on the cold side this afternoon, mostly in the teens. So plan accordingly here. Plenty of sunshine. That's the good news. And, at least we don't have to worry about any storminess today, but 27 is going to do it for your daytime highs. Very cold tonight. Anime?
Thank you. Right now, we'll move on to your roads real quick. We'll look there, 270 southbound direction. 31 minutes there between 70 and the Beltway. A lot of your area main roads looking green. 9 between 95 and 270 for the top side of the outer loop Beltway. BW Parkway, both directions looking good as well. Stephen?
Thank you very much. Well, here's what's ahead in the next 45 minutes. At 6:40, changes a local high school following a string of recent fights involving students. And then at 6:43, a look at how much tickets are going for this weekend's Commanders-Eagles game. And then at 6:54, the Pandas making their public debut this Friday. We're going to have some tips on how you can tell them apart. And then at 6:57, the new feature that Instagram just rolled out. Stay with us.
It really ruined everything.
And as they go to a quick break, we want to share this with you in real time as we are keeping a close eye on Inauguration Day 2025 festivities. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, we kind of have a timeline for you. 8:30 this morning Eastern Time, President-elect Trump will attend St. John Church's service. 10:30, Trump and Biden will arrive at the U.S. Capitol. 11:18 this morning Eastern Time, swearing-in ceremony takes place. Then at around noon, 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time, President and VP participate in farewell departure ceremony. And then at 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time, we are seeing the President's signing room ceremony will begin. So wanting to share that with you as we continue to follow the very latest. 6:41 here on the East Coast. We do have some more tweets coming into our live now from Fox Studios. This one showing us, it's coming from the District of Columbia National Guard. It says National Guard leaders have authorized the use of a special shoulder patch with the Guard motto, always ready, always there, to ensure that people coming to the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump on Monday will know who is who. And this is why I want to show you in real time A live look out in Washington, D.C. You can see droves of people, and some of them even camped out overnight just to try to get one of those few select spots to see this historic day in action. We see that Fox 5 D.C., they have gone to a quick break, so we will do the same here at 6:41 on the East Coast. We'll be right back. .44 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. As we further discuss the safety and security aspect of Inauguration Day 2025, giving you this tweet coming in from the D.C. Police Department. They say happening now. Law enforcement from across the country is about to be sworn in to assist the Metropolitan Police Department with the 60th presidential inauguration. And I can tell you all, as far as South Florida, we even saw a picture early this morning with the Miami Police Department. They are driving out there to help assist their men and women, brothers and sisters in blue, to make sure that it's a successful one. Thank you, Tania. There's that picture. You can see some smiles on some of the faces, and then you see some others who are like, you know what, it's pretty early. We are on this bus to do our duty, but maybe we should have got some coffee first. But the City of Miami Police Department, they say there on X, they are fully prepared to contribute to the safety and security efforts alongside numerous other law enforcement agencies from across the nation in anticipation of President Donald Trump's inauguration. They go on to say, God bless America. And I can definitely tell you all, the men and women in blue who are traveling from Miami to the nation's capital, this will be a day that they don't forget as they are protecting the country and also seeing history happen in real time. So wanting to share that with you in real time. I want to show you what the nation's capital looks like at this hour. 6:45 here on the East Coast. Now you're getting a live look there. The U.S. Capitol there in the distance, a beautiful shot. The sun not up just yet, but still nicely illuminated here. And we are seeing that in real time. And then giving you a live look at the White House as well. And you can see that there's a little blanket of snow there in the distance, and winter weather definitely going to impact the inauguration today. Let's check in with Fox 5 DC as we now see they are about to check in with their meteorologist.
Including a 4-1 victory against the rival Pittsburgh Penguins Saturday. So way to go, Caps, too.
Love to see Obi in the Jaden Daniels jersey. So great weekend of sports all around. 6:45 now.
Winners all around.
Yes, we'd love to see it, Tuck.
Steve, you know what?
What's that, my friend?
Hgma has declared herself a winner because she's associated with all of this. Yeah.
She's the lucky charm.
The Caps win, and that's great, but I was already a winner. It hurts to be top of the league, baby. What can I say?
More on that coming up in just a minute. Hey, cold and blustery Monday for you, but please, please, please take this cold seriously, as our daytime highs are only going to be exactly where the air temperatures I'm about to show you, with single-digit wind chills much of the afternoon. The winds are out of the north and west here. They'll be gusting times up to about 30. Looking down the road, this is several days away, but we do have a warm-up to look forward to by the end of the week. By Friday and Saturday and Sunday, 40s will be back. Okay, numbers, let's do it. These are actual air temperatures. 26 in Washington this morning, 18 in Gaithersburg, 24 in Leonardtown, 20 Dulles, anywhere from a trace of snow to 5 or 6 inches off to the north and west yesterday. And all of that fresh snowpack making for very, very icy conditions. We've really locked up the secondary roads. Annie Mae will comment on that. But it is a dangerous cold out there this morning, and it just won't warm up a lot. There's your satellite and your radar. It will feature plenty of sunshine. Do not be fooled. It will not be a warm day. Again, our daytime highs are pretty much where we're at right now, in the mid-20s, and wind chills most of the day, single digits and low teens out there. So very, very blustery. Tonight and tomorrow, some of the coldest air yet. And the Weather Service just went ahead and issued a advisory here. And again, this is what we call a cold weather advisory for our region, as wind chills later tonight will likely be, for a time, below 0. So it just, again, really want to emphasize, you're outside today, protect your skin, as it will be a very cold afternoon. I know we've got a lot going on across the D.C. area later this afternoon. Tuesday and Wednesday, very cold as well. All right, here's our winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. It's just fun when everybody in D.C. plays well. The Commanders, the Cavs, it's just fun for all. We'll go ahead and get a look at your roads right now. Maryland 5 Branch Avenue northbound. If you're headed out the door right now, approaching the 7 o'clock hour, you're looking great. A lot of people do have work off today, so that could potentially be the reason you're seeing such great numbers. Maryland 210 northbound, pretty normal for this area between Berry Road and the Beltway. I-295 northbound, only 7 minutes between the Beltway and the 11th Street Bridge, approaching 7. DC 295 southbound, same story, 6 between Kenilworth and the 11th Street Bridge. I mean, we'll be saying this over and over again. If you can avoid the DC area in terms of driving this morning, that might be your best bet. Metro is definitely a good option for a lot of you this morning. We'll, of course, get to those Metro closures in just a bit, but this is another drive time there inbound New York Avenue between Kenilworth and the 3rd Street Tunnel. 8 minutes for that 4-mile stretch. Be aware of potential for icy patches, not really on your main roads, but definitely those secondaries as well as your neighborhoods. Back to you.
On his final full day in office, President Joe Biden issued 5 more pardons. That includes Virginia House Speaker Don Scott. Scott was convicted of a nonviolent drug offense back in 1994 and served 7 years in prison. Since his release, Scott became an attorney, got elected to the Virginia House of Delegates, and became the first black speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates back in 2024, so just last year. And the president also pardoned Marcus Garvey posthumously. He was an activist who influenced Malcolm X and several other civil rights leaders. Garvey was convicted of mail fraud back in the 20s. Congressional leaders pushed for his pardon after believing Garvey's sentencing was politically motivated.
Incoming President Donald Trump making some big promises as he outlines plans for his return to the White House. On day 1, he plans to take on more than 200 executive orders. The agenda focusing on immigration, the border crisis, trade tariffs, and pardons related to January 6th. The president-elect says he plans to reinstate controversial policies, including mass deportations, and build a stronger border wall. He also promised to roll back many of President Biden's executive orders and implement higher tariffs on foreign goods to boost domestic manufacturing. Now, when it comes to January 6th, he vowed to pardon many of those involved, calling them patriots.
I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. Think of it, open borders, prisons and mental institutions, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Transgender. And very soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
Trump's agenda also includes a promise to hold the current administration accountable for what he calls a failure to protect America.
New data from the Milken Institute reveals its 2025 best performing cities and some local places made the cut. The report is based on economic vitality and quality of life. D.C. lands at the 62nd best performing.
All right, as they transition to more localized coverage, we're going to use this time to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 6:51 on the East Coast. I'm Hgma Francine. We'll be right back. .53 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Hgma Francine. On this Monday, January 20th, we are keeping a close eye on Inauguration Day 2025, but we also know this day is MLK Day. I want you to take a live look at your screen as we're following the very latest. This coming in from the King Center. They say an urgent need, and then they provided this quote on the left-hand side of your screen from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It says, quote, "We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity," end quote. So sharing that in real time. We also have another, this coming from the U.S. and India embassy. It says, "To other countries I may go as a tourist, but to India I come as a pilgrim." That's a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The U.S. and India Embassy, though, they put this out on MLK Day. They say, "Today we honor the life, memory, and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Like Mahatma Gandhi, MLK was inspired by the power of nonviolence. Let us honor their legacies." And a quick content reminder for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We will have Inauguration Day 2025 in full, but for those of you all that want to see the very latest events as relates to MLK Day, we have you covered with a separate YouTube stream. You can click on that to get the latest MLK Day parade and, of course, King Center services. That will be provided by our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta. We see that Fox 5 DC, they are back sharing the very latest as relates to Inauguration Day 2025. Let's check in with them now.
Well, that's been a challenge for 20 years.
25 in Washington. Winds out of the west-northwest here at 13. The feels like it's 14. 14, please. Take the cold seriously. We're not going to warm up today. It's going to stay very, very cold out there, I'm afraid. Even with sunshine, we're not warming it up a lot today or anytime soon. Tonight, tomorrow, we've got dangerous wind chills right through early Wednesday. Then it will finally warm up by the end of the week. 40s next weekend. Let's get there. Annie Mae.
If you're Chief, I feel like that literally makes you Weatherman 1.
It should, right?
Like,
yes.
I feel, that's the only reason.
Right.
I feel like I'm traffic girl 1, only because there's nobody else.
Yeah, you're the one and only. That's
there you go,
better.
one and only, baby. Let's go. Right now, we'll take a look there in 395 express lanes on northbound direction Alexandria Potomac Park area. That is closed due to inauguration events. That's until 1 a.m. The main lanes are open, so just keep that in mind as you are headed out the door. A lot of closures throughout the D.C. area, but your main roads are actually looking pretty good. I think a lot of people not working today or headed into the D.C. area. That's definitely your best bet unless you're going to all that parade stuff. Metro will probably be good for you. 395 northbound, 11 between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. 95, you're all clear right now as of approaching 7 o'clock. Marissa?
Well, Instagram plans to release its own video editing software.
All right, they are sharing some tech news as it relates to Instagram. We'll use this time to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. One minute shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Hgma Francine. We continue to follow the very latest. We know this Monday, January 20th, it is MLK Day, also the day selected for Inauguration Day 2025. This coming into our live now from Fox Studios. If you haven't seen it, it's from Time Magazine. They have President-elect Donald Trump, who will soon be sworn in as the nation's 47th U.S. president. They have him sliding in there into the Oval Office, and then they present the statement saying he's back. Again, Donald Trump about to be sworn in as the nation's 47th U.S. president. It will be the culmination of a political comeback unlike anything we have even seen. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more this morning from a frigid Washington, D.C. as the transition gets underway.
Well, as the Constitution directs, this will all happen at noon today here in Washington. Security around here is extremely tight, even as the event itself has been moved indoors. With the Village people taking the stage at a victory rally last night here in Washington, the president-elect was taking it all in and preparing for what comes next.
At noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
It had already been a long day. The incoming president and vice president participating in a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. The frigid temperatures and wintry mix not slowing Trump or his supporters, as thousands arrived in the nation's capital despite last-minute plans to move the inauguration indoors.
I understand, but really disappointed.
The last time the Capitol Rotunda had been decked out like this for an indoor inauguration was 40 years ago when Ronald Reagan was sworn in. And Trump's incoming press secretary dismissed suspicions that the decision was based on security concerns.
And they are unequivocally false. The inauguration was moved indoors because he wants to protect his supporters. It is going to be frigid tomorrow.
Frigid, but Trump's agenda will heat up fast, with his incoming team planning for a flurry of executive orders and directives today, more than 200 of them.
Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning.
Those executive actions range from immigration issues to the reform of the federal bureaucracy to ensuring that TikTok remains operational. In Washington, Doug Lusader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further look into what you need to know to get informed and excited about this momentous inauguration day of 2025, let's check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC.
That is how you take command, ladies and gentlemen. The big story today, this hour, of course, Inauguration Day in America. In just a few hours, President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the nation's 47th president.
He kicked off his inaugural celebrations over the weekend, which included the victory rally inside Capital One Arena yesterday. Ceremonies will continue there today, as well as at the U.S. Capitol.
Now, the inauguration was moved indoors due to the bitterly cold temperatures, and we have live team coverage for you this morning with crews spread out all over the district. That includes Stephanie Ramirez outside of Capital One Arena, Maureen Ume near the White House, Melanie Ollie keeping an eye for us on crowds taking Metro, and Tom Fitzgerald inside of the Capitol Rotunda.
All right, we're going to start things off, though, with Tucker and Annie Mae tracking your Inauguration Day commute and that chilly forecast. Tuck?
Steve, good morning. And yeah, the cold delivering here on the backside of the snow we had yesterday afternoon. These are actual air temperatures, and this number keeps falling. It's been falling since midnight. Want to emphasize how cold it is across the area. 25 right now in Washington. Lots of teens out there as well. Germantown 16, Haymarket 19. I'm not even showing you wind chills here. Winds out of the north and west. It's feeling like about 10 to 15 right now. Lots of protection of your skin if you're going to be outside later this morning or during the afternoon, as this cold will be dangerous for days to come. Not only today, but Tuesday and Wednesday, very cold as well. More details in just a moment. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 7:01. We'll take a look there at your Monday morning commute. Here's your overview in terms of your area main roads and around the Beltway. Looking fantastic for your drive times, but definitely seeing a lot of that slow down in terms of emergency no parking, several street closures throughout the D.C. area, as well as updates to your metro. Just note there is an interactive map on inauguration.dc.gov that's actually great to show you all of those street closures. We have those on fox5dc.com, but just keep in mind several around the Capitol, around Capital One, so many places in the DMV. Steve?
Frigid temperatures did not stop people at all from standing in line to get into Capital One Arena yesterday, and the same deal once again this morning.
And Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez, she is out there with the people on the ground with all the latest details, and woo, that crowd is huge behind you, Steph.
Getting bigger by the moment. Some folks telling us they got here at like 7:30 last night, essentially trying to get to the victory event that happened inside Capital One Arena with President-elect Trump last night, and then coming on, just staying put, trying to get inside. Now, we're going to try to show you the crowd. It's kind of harder to move around now at this hour with so many more people here. This is 9th and G Streets Northwest. This is the crowd that is getting into Capital One Arena for today's viewing of the inauguration and the inaugural parade. Now, we have some folks with us in line here. Thank you for talking with us. You told me you're local. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Arlington, Virginia. I go to college here.
And you told me you had a little spill as well. What happened?
I fell on the way up the escalator today in the metro. So I was walking up the metro, my foot caught, busted my head open. So under this, I got a bunch of gauze that my head is busted open.
And you are still here.
I'm still here, ready to go. I'm coming to see Trump.
Tell me why. Why do you want to be here today?
Because he's one of the best presidents. He's going to help us. There's so many people living in poverty. I'm a criminal justice major. I want to go into Secret Service, and there's so many things wrong with the justice system right now that we need to fix. right now, and he's going to help us do that.
You had tickets to get in, right, for the inauguration. Now it's moved inside. Tell me what direction you've gotten about going inside.
We've gotten not a lot of direction. Mostly was looking it up online, but thankfully we're committed to going. We're going to look everything up online, see where we could go. We got sent the ticket confirmation to come in here to Capital One Arena, and we got those tickets.
All right, well, thank you for talking with us this morning. I hope you feel better soon. But, guys, that's dedication here, staying in line for this. Now, 9th and G is where we're at, but telling people, because I'm being told that this line is going around for blocks, so you're going to be directed further out if you come here. If you live in the area and you're trying to get around, 9th and H, 3rd and G are your access points. Make sure you have your license to show proof of address. The security here is going to start opening at 7 o'clock, so around now we should be seeing the line start to move. A lot of people excited for it to do so. I'll send it back into you all.
Hey, Steph, real quick question for you. As folks that maybe are in their hotels this morning, I don't know if we get back to Steph real quick. Does everybody, Stephanie, have to have a ticket specifically like that woman said, or are these folks who are just hoping to get inside?
We found a lot of people that did have tickets. You are supposed to register, but we also know that there are some folks trying to get in to see if they can. We don't know what success they're going to have, but everyone who, for the most part, a lot of the folks who are in line are telling us they did register, which is what you're supposed to do.
All right, Stephanie Ramirez, thanks very much. Okay, that's outside Capital One Arena. Now we can get to Jacqueline, who's inside the arena this morning.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Hey, guys, good morning. Yeah, I wanted to reiterate what Stephanie mentioned about where she is on 6th and G and the lines that were building up throughout that area. We got here at 5 o'clock this morning. We're coming through the security entrances and had to go through several different entrances. And I will tell you, those lines, they were starting to build up. So definitely keep that in mind. Heed that warning. Of course, she mentioned that those crowds will start coming into Capital One Arena any moment now. The security doors expected to open at 7 a.m. So any time, really, they should be making their way into Capital One Arena. Hopefully that'll provide some warmth for them as well, because many of them have been out there since even last night. Now, those freezing temperatures, of course, moving all of the festivities indoors from the National Mall. You can see from earlier, we have the crews here currently setting up the stage for tonight's big event. But last night, many of the supporters were here filling Capital One Arena for the victory rally, the president-elect's last rally before he becomes the 47th president of the United States. I do want to mention that all of the activities will take place in the Capitol Rotunda. We'll check in with Tom Fitzgerald throughout the morning as well. But the ceremony and the inaugural address will be live streamed here on the Jumbotrons at Capital One Arena. And then all the pomp and circumstance will make its way here to Capital One Arena, because that is where the presidential parade will be happening around 3:30 this afternoon. And going back to last night, President-elect Trump, as I mentioned, held that last victory rally. He talked a lot about what he looks forward to on doing on day one. He said he'd sign more than 200 executive actions to take place. Those actions will address border security, cost of living, energy, a lot of the things that he campaigned on. If we can take a soundbite of that, he mentioned that last night.
Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders. Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning.
As I mentioned, those security doors should be opening any moment for the screenings for people to start coming in. The live streaming of the ceremony will begin at 10:30 this morning. Of course, the swearing in happening at noon, and then 3:30 p.m. will be the presidential parade here in Capital One Arena, where J.D. Vance and President-elect Trump will attend that and speak. Now, I did want to mention, you mentioned asking Stephanie about the tickets. She said a lot of people there had actual tickets, but we know that some 200,000 people were expected to be out on the National Mall. Capital One Arena only holds 20,000. We did reach out to the Presidential Inauguration Committee to ask for more clarification on whether it was a first-come, first-served basis or if those people that were coming in did have to have a ticket, but we have not yet heard back. Of course, we'll keep you updated. But for now, I'll send it back to you. Steve, Marissa.
All right, Jacqueline, thank you so much. A live view of the U.S. Capitol on this super bitterly cold, blustery cold morning today, Inauguration Day. Tucker, because of that, everything changed in terms of moving things indoors.
Yeah, from what I take, one of the coldest, inaugurations we've had in history. So yeah, we'll be in the. You're pretty much looking at your daytime highs right now. We're in the mid-20s, and that's only half the story here because the winds are going to pick up again, and for a time this afternoon, we'll probably have wind chills that are in the single digits and low teens. So very, very cold for the Washington area, and a very cold and very blustery day expected for us. Okay, 25 degrees to get your morning going at 7 a.m. in Washington. These are actual air temperatures. Dulles is 20 degrees this morning, and you can see that we've cleared out from the snow and the sleet and in some cases rain that we had yesterday. Fresh snowpack for many of us. Very slippery conditions. Things are really locked up. Even areas that were just wet last night have iced over. So sidewalks, roadways, driveways, all of it very much on the icy side. Be extra cautious out there early this morning. Walk like a penguin, and you will be in good shape. Yes, exactly. Anyways, got it. Daytime highs only in the 20s, mid-20s latest afternoon. Notice those winds, northwest gusts into 25. Wind chills, low teens later today. You know me?
Tucker doesn't understand this feeling, but when I wear like a maxi dress and it's really tight, I walk like a penguin.
How do you know? I don't know the feeling.
I just have a feeling. That's for another time, not conversation. Well, look, GW Parkway, north and southbound, if you really have ever been on GW when there's any type of winter weather, you know it'll probably be closed there. McLean through Arlington, that's between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. You can use Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning. 395 express lanes, northbound side of things, that's Alexandria, Potomac Park. That's closed as well due to that inauguration activity between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. Main lanes are open, but keep that in mind this morning. Steve?
All right, Andy Mae, thanks very much. Due to the cold weather we've been talking about throughout the morning, of course, everything's being moved inside of the Cannon Rotunda.
And that's where we find Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald live this morning with what this all means for ticket holders and some members of Congress. Tom, good morning.
Well, as you saw from Jacqueline's shot, a lot of what this is going to mean was that the people who donated to the Trump Inaugural Committee and got those tickets, which they paid a price for, are simply not going to be able to view this inauguration in person. There's a very basic math reason for all of this. The Capitol Rotunda, in its configuration today for the inauguration you're going to see later today, only really holds about 600 people. So the thousands that were expected on the west front of the Capitol simply are not going to fit into that space, hence the reason for this alternate location over at the Capital One Arena. Now, we're expecting the president is going to arrive up here on the Hill at about 10:30 this morning, according to the guidance we've been given. The actual oath of office for the president is going to start at 11:47 because by the constitutional mandate, the president has to be inaugurated at noon on January 20th. Now, the president-elect, as you heard just a minute ago, is not going to waste any time before he gets into work. We are hearing this morning that more than 200 executive orders are going to be signed into law today, everything ranging from border policy, DEI programs, and all sorts of other federal government and other policies that the incoming Trump administration had wanted to do away with. Normally, these ceremonies only take a few minutes. With 200 executive orders, that could stretch out longer than anything we've ever seen at a presidential inauguration. We'll send it back into you.
Tom, thanks very much. Tom Fitzgerald heading up our coverage at the Capitol throughout the day today. And of course, we're going to be going strong all day long, and you can do that. You can tune in right here, or if you're not able to be near your TV, you can watch us on our Fox Local app, which you can download by scanning the QR code on your screen.
The other big story on this Monday, the Commanders, they're just one win away from going to the Super Bowl.
All right, so we appreciate our content partners there, Fox 5 DC, and as they are about to go to a quick break, we are going to do the same, but want to give you this quick content reminder. Inauguration Day 2025, live coverage starting at 8 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. But of course, I'm here in the host chair, Gina Francine, giving you all of that pre-coverage you need to know as it relates to safety and security, and also an itemized list of the events. 7:14 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, our first one of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 7:17 here on the East Coast, and such a beautiful shot. We just got into our Live Now from Fox studios outside of the White House with that beautiful blanket of snow there in the front. This next shot that we're giving, I'm going to pretty much give you a round robin right now across the D.C. area. This one takes us out to the steps of the U.S. Capitol, and as we continue to show you coverage, we know people pretty much spent the night, many of them, to try to get a front row seat to Inauguration Day 2025. Take a look. You can see a sea of red Make America Great Again hats and people who have flocked to see history in the making. And then this beautiful shot, pretty much a wide-scale view of what we can expect later today. And then if you look on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of your screen, you can see first responders as well as police officers, Secret Service. They are already there in full force, making sure things go safely and smoothly. 7:18 here on the East Coast. We see Fox 5 DC. They are back from a brief break. Let's check in with them now.
So cold that the inauguration activities have been moved indoors today, but even if you're going to anything, you want to make sure you bundle up for sure.
It's beautiful. Look at the mall this morning, though, right?
It is.
Gorgeous. Fresh fallen snow in the area. Well, we got close to 1 inch of snow across the area yesterday, right, Tuck?
Well, it really depends. If you're off the north and west, it was more like 4 or 5 inches.
Wow.
I mean, really delivering as you get, a little further with a little elevation. Locally, yeah, ½ inch to 1 inch, but it was sleeting for a time. All of that is just locked up solid here this morning. So, with the wind and the ice or the cold temps overnight, it's all frozen. Secondary roads are not great.
That's why I took Uber. Learned my lesson.
Good decision. Or, yeah, take Metro. And, as you're headed to sidewalks, driveways, that kind of thing, just be extra cautious. You don't want to do a slip and fall in front of your family, right?
Or slip and slide.
Or slip and slide. All right, let's do it. Out the door forecast. No warm-up in sight today. As advertised, it's going to be a very cold afternoon. 25 at 9 a.m. And then temperatures actually falling as that cold air continues to filter in from the northwest throughout the day. Will be 23 by 5 p.m. It should be a dry day, which is great news. And I do want to mention blustery winds here. I'll show you the wind chills in just a moment. Okay, these are actual air temperatures. They have fallen since I got here at about 5 a.m. And they will continue to kind of drift downward later this afternoon. 16 is the actual air temperature now in Gaithersburg, 22 in Leonardtown, 17 in Culpeper, downtown D.C., 25 degrees at Reagan National there, 18 in Hagerstown. Mixing winds out of the north and west, and your feels like is currently about 10 to 15. Feels like 14 right now in Washington, 4 in Gaithersburg. So this is why everyone was so concerned about people being outside for extended periods of time today. It's just not going to warm up, unfortunately. Some of the coldest air we've seen, or certainly this will be the coldest air mass we've seen so far this month of January. It's been a very cold January around here. All right, mentioned the snow accumulations yesterday. Heaviest amounts to the north and west, where we did get 4 or 5 inches of snow. Won't be the case today. It'll be all about sunshine and quiet conditions. Very cold tonight and very cold the next couple of days. Remember, our average temperature in January this time of year is mid-40s. We're going to be about 20 degrees below that the next several days. 27 this afternoon. Could be a few flurries tomorrow, 25, 23 on Wednesday. Hey, look at next weekend. Warm up heat wave. It'll be 44 by next Sunday. Any May?
You and your heat wave comments when it's literally 12 degrees warmer. Right now, we'll take a look. 7:16 your time there, 270 southbound, about 30 minutes between 70 and the Beltway. Holiday, not really a lot of people traveling on your area. Main roads, you should be cautious as the potential for ice just because those colder temperatures. Some places in the area. This is the inner loop in Silver Spring. A crash there at Georgia Avenue. That has the left lane and shoulder blocked, but it's only about 7 minutes in terms of your delays from Georgia Avenue. So again, that's on the inner loop for your top side. So it's not really going to cause too many issues. The outer loop is actually looking fantastic there between 95 and 270. 9 minutes to take you that 8-mile stretch going an average about 57, 60 miles an hour. Marissa?
Anime, thanks so much. Today's inauguration ceremony begins with a traditional prayer service at St. John's Episcopal Church. And our very own Maureen Ume, she's live outside of the church with a preview of one of the most private inaugural ceremonies. Maureen, good morning.
Good morning. morning, we've been pushed back from where the church is, but let me take you a little closer to show you the security measures in place. All last week, we're talking about just how intense this was, the most robust in presidential inauguration history. Take a look here. That is the White House there. Just to the left of it, your right will be St. John's Church. You see these anti-scale fencing that's gone up. They've pushed us back quite a bit. But again, security very tight here outside the White House. As you mentioned, the services will get going about 8:15 this morning. That is when the president is expected to depart the White House, the president-elect, I should say, expected to depart the White House and then head to St. John's. Church service at St. John begins around 8:30, and then they'll head to Blair House. And at Blair House, this is where they'll have a chance to decompress before then going to the White House to meet with President Biden and Jill Biden for ceremonial tea. But coming back to the church service at St. John's Episcopal Church, this is a tradition about 92 years old. This church is known as the Church of Presidents. This is a symbolic traditional starting point for the day. It's really aimed at setting a tone of solemnity and reflection before the rest of the pomp and circumstance, if you will, of the day begins. We're told that the rector of the church, Reverend Robert Fisher's his name, has been meeting with the Trump team to plan out a service that he says will be brief, but still provide the incoming president with a chance to reflect on the 4 years that lies ahead. This is tradition. No cameras, no videos allowed inside. It's also an apolitical event. Now, after the service, that's when the president-elect again will head to Blair House, and then eventually to have the tea with President Biden and Jill Biden. But back here live outside, you can see as things get ramped up, this is all getting started in less than an hour. You can see the security well in place here. Secret Service has pushed us out from where we were initially, and now you see the anti-scale fencing up. This is, again, around the perimeter of the White House. They have it around the Capitol. All of it meant to make sure that people are safe going here. You see some people trying to get into some points here. If they're not credentialed, they cannot. So Secret Service turning them away to get through other entrances. This morning already we've seen Border Czar Tom Homan as he was heading into this perimeter. But you can see it ramping up now. We'll be here all morning trying to give you just a scene setter, letting you see how this is all happening as the inauguration gets underway. But again, 8:15 is when the President-elect Trump and the First Lady are expected to leave and enter St. John's Episcopal Church for the ceremony that starts this morning. That's the very latest from here. I'll send it back to you. More to come.
You can definitely see the activity picking up for sure. Well, for the first time in 33 years, the Commanders will head to the NFC Championship in a matchup against the Eagles.
Has it sunk in yet? That sounds Makia. She's joining us in the studio with more reaction.
Gosh, it still feels surreal.
All right, they are switching to sports, and understandably so. A lot of people in the D.C. area excited about the Commanders, but wanting to share this with you in real time, a live look there as we are excited about Inauguration Day 2025, and we see the tweets rolling in real time. You can see here at 7:24 on the East Coast how many dignitaries and officials are sharing the very latest as well. We do see that Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick commercial break with some breaking news. Let's listen in.
The breaking news from the White House on President Biden's final day as president, and one of his final acts, he has pardoned a number of people preemptively, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, and the police officers who testified before that committee. The move could guard them all from potential revenge by the incoming Trump administration. The decision by President Biden comes after President-elect Trump warned of an enemies list filled with those who have crossed him politically or sought to hold him accountable for his attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss. So that news just coming in from the White House.
7:25, weather and traffic on the 5s. We want to shoot things over to Tucker now to talk about this cold weather.
Yeah, cold's here to stay. 25 degrees, get your morning going. Good news with our forecast, the sun is back and it'll be bright sunshine today. The bad news is the feels like it's 14. That's the wind chill. That number's not going to budge at all today. In fact, at times it'll be in the single digits. So very cold temperatures, very slippery out there as well. Everything's frozen solid across the region. And we are just not going to see a big warm up anytime soon, or even a little warm up anytime soon. Cold afternoons and then bitter cold at night with daytime highs about 20 degrees below average. right through Wednesday. We'll get a little better by the end of the week. 27 this afternoon. Annie Mae.
Thank you. Right now, 7:25 your time. We'll go ahead and take a look at your roads again. Starting off their presidential inauguration, of course, going to be a lot of street closures around the D.C. area. So that's, of course, including the Capitol, the church this morning. That includes Capital One Arena. So many different areas you can actually see, of course, a lot of those red zones in and around the White House as well. Inauguration you guys can use if you do want to see those individual street closures, or you can go to fox5dc.com. Of course, that includes the convention center for the ball as well. We've got Metro updates, everything for you in terms of everything. Marissa.
Thank you for keeping tabs on it all for us, Annie Mae. Keep it right here to Fox 5 because we have much more Inauguration Day coverage for you all day long. In just a few hours, President-elect Trump will be sworn in as the next commander-in-chief at the U.S. Capitol. A parade will also take place later today at Capital One Arena. Again, team coverage. Don't go anywhere. You can stay right here with us here on Fox 5. You can also watch on our Fox Local app. We'll be right back.
Imagine the pleasure of waking up tomorrow.
7:27 here on the East Coast, and we are following breaking news this Monday morning right here on Live Now from Fox. This coming in just now into our Live Now from Fox studios, President Biden issuing preemptive pardons to Fauci, Milley, and others. Here's a quote from President Biden. It says, "That is why I am exercising my authority under the Constitution to pardon General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the members of Congress and staff who served on the Select Committee, and the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the Select Committee." He goes on to say the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. He goes on to say our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country. Now, just to provide some perspective for you of this breaking news, we continue to follow the Associated Press reporting that President Joe Biden pardoned Dr. Anthony Fauci, again, retired General Mark Milley, and members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, using the extraordinary powers of his office in his final hours to guard against potential, quote, revenge by the incoming Trump administration. The decision by Biden comes after Donald Trump warned of an enemies list filled with those who have crossed him politically or sought to hold him accountable for his attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss and his role in the storming of the U.S. Capitol back on January 6th, 2021. We know Trump has selected cabinet nominees who backed his election lies and who have pledged to punish those involved in efforts to investigate him. That's coming from President Joe Biden. And then we did read that graphic to you, this one moments ago, coming from President Biden. Now, we do know it's customary for a president to grant clemency at the end of his term, but those acts of mercy are usually offered to everyday Americans who have been convicted of crimes. But Biden has used the power in the broadest and most untested way possible to pardon those who have not even been investigated yet. And with the acceptance comes a admission of guilt or wrongdoing, even though those who have been pardoned have not been formally accused of any crime. So just sharing this with you in real time, President Biden issuing preemptive pardons to Fauci, Milley, and others. 7:30 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
El Shaddai Bible Institute, a biblical institution for Christian education. More than 9 years serving the Christian community, involved in conferences, seminars, leadership training, community services via El Shaddai Bible Alliance, Inc. Our school is one of the most dynamic Christian schools in our community, with 2-year program in theology, 1-year program in advanced theology, language classes, English, French, Haitian Creole, Spanish, etc., computer classes. El Shaddai Bible Institute, we are here to teach and to guide, to establish a solid foundation in theology, practical ministry, and biblical studies through the Holy Spirit for the strength of Christ's kingdom. New session every 4 months for new students, January or May or September. At this crucial time where the biblical prophecies are being manifested, people need to have a deeper knowledge in the Bible, which is the Word of God. We are here to teach and guide, to establish a solid foundation in theology, practical ministry, and biblical studies through the Holy Spirit for the strength of Christ's kingdom. El Shaddai Bible Institute, a dynamic Christian school for a spiritual revolution. El Shaddai Bible Institute, located at 5398 Winfield Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19131. Online classes available. Please contact us at 267-226-7672 or by email tuc05299@temple.edu. Visit us in our website, elshaddaibibleinstitute.com, for more information. El Shaddai Bible Institute will train you to be always among the best for Christ.
Every day. Ah, Angie, c'est ça qu'a fait. Nous pas ouais même.
Ah, nous là, monsieur Iné, docteur moi de mariage.
Angie, sous besoin meuble, m'a voyé en côté.
Et pas vrai côté.
Jérusalem.
Monsieur I, pas dit monsieur en Israël ou besoin voyer.
Angie, m'a parlé de Jérusalem fourniture. Toute Philadelphie connaît. Jérusalem fourniture, c'est meilleur bagaille qui existait dans Philadelphie. L'entrée dans Jérusalem fourniture, pas grand rien ou besoin pour caille ou pas joindre.
Pas bon moi.
Oui, Angie. M'a menon n'importe qui le pour regarder. Mini docteur. Jérusalem situé dans 5691 Rising Avenue, là dans Pennsylvania, et puis zip code c'est 19120. Téléphone yo c'est 215 728 14 89. Vous entendez NG? 215 728 14 89. Discount tout assuré. Zami, nan tan que bus ça, l'on besoin shopping, suspend marché de store en store, attendez, n'a présenté l'Uniz Retail. C'est l'unique online store qui gagne une variété de items là-dedans. Depuis bagay pour salle à manger, salon, cuisine, chambre, ou avez toute qualité bagay électronique leur entraînant l'Uniz Retail. Et puis guess what? C'est pas seulement bagay pour caille seulement le gagne, non? Bagay pour hair, nous même mesdames qui besoin faire cheveux nous longs. Entraînant l'Uniz Retail, li gon parti là-dedans, ou avez tout ça que ou besoin. Et puis li simple, oui, c'est seulement fait www.lunizretail.com www.lunizretail.com. Allez, cliquez et puis toute affaire réglée en matière de ranger crédit ou loan et tout l'autre qualité bagaille légal, pas battre tout. Relais l'UNIS nan 929 3 82 16 19 929 3 82 16 19. L'UNIS Retail, c'est solution pour tout problème shopping et puis n'importe forme de problème légal que vous gagnez.
Going to continue to watch and wait as the children there for President Trump have arrived. So it's only a matter of moments before Donald J. Trump takes the stage during this inauguration day at Capital One Arena. And like we heard so many times, a little bit different of a format. Michael Whatley, the RNC chairman, at attendance for this alongside Florida Representative Byron Donalds. We also heard from both of these individuals just earlier on today. Plenty of different events that we've been keeping track of, but a lot of pomp, a lot of circumstance, despite the kind of different nature of it due to the cold weather outside. So all of it being taking place indoors to make sure people are safe, both the candidates, both Trump and some of his family, but also the supporters of Donald Trump, making sure they aren't standing outside in frigid, freezing temperatures for hours on end for the inauguration, for the parade. Is gone on all day since roughly 8 or 9 a.m. Eastern time. So you can see people arriving for this, cheering on and talking about some of the children of Donald Trump. So you can hear some of the music beginning. So let's just listen in here on Live Now from Fox. The band continues to go in and out a little bit, and you can only imagine what they're reacting to as they put different figures on that Jumbotron at the heart of this arena. As you can see, giving thumbs up there, Don Jr. We did see Barron Trump give everyone a wave as well, chants for his name. You can see the Jumbotron there on your screen as it pans down, and people react in real time the way they do at almost a sporting event. So we're still waiting here, President-elect, or I should say now on Inauguration Day. I need to get out of that habit. Is President Donald Trump for a second term in the White House. Inauguration Day in full swing, and his administration hard at work already. And we talked about the executive actions being put in place. And I want to read off a list of them to you because they are very extensive. As he will declare a national emergency at the southern border, will end catch and release for migrants, will reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, will resume border wall construction, and will designate the cartels as global terrorists, suspending refugee resettlement for 4 months, ending birthright citizenship, will direct the military to prioritize borders, will also enhance border vetting and screening. We'll go on to say during the speech earlier today that Trump will define gender as 2 sexes. He will also end federal DEI programs, will declare a national energy emergency, talking about ending leasing to wind farms and withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord. Also order the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, rename Mount Denali to Mount McKinley, and also to sign order reinstating expelled service members dating back to COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. So those are just a few of the sweeping executive actions, executive orders that he will likely sign on this, and we will have to really untangle all of those over the next weeks, over the next 4 years, as we follow this Trump presidency for a second straight time. All right, let's just continue to listen in here to this as the parade will begin, remarks will begin. Plenty to get to still here on Inauguration Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, Vice President J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady, Mrs. Usha Vance.
chance of J.D. Vance as he walks down that aisle, the red carpet to the stage with his 3 children there and his wife, Usha, as the vice president also there taking the oath earlier on today. We heard some of his comments saying he really didn't know what Trump was going to say to start this inaugural address, but starts it in a flurry, a fast-paced, a breakneck speed to start this second term as president. And you can see there the curtain in place as soon enough we'll see President Trump walking through that down to the crowd for the first time alongside his wife. Let's listen in. You just saw there President Trump on this historic day walking down to the stage, as we'll soon sign a wave of executive orders, shaking the hands of supporters, talking to some of them on their way down on this red carpet entrance to the stage. Really the first time that the general public, some of the supporters, have seen him, as this inauguration, due to the frigid temperatures, was held indoors inside of that Capitol Rotunda. Lawmakers, tech titans, different VIPs in attendance, but no real supporters. So this is the first time they are getting a glimpse at him since being sworn into office. Let's continue to listen back in here from Capital One Arena in our nation's capital. Listening in as they honor that individual that lost their lives during the first assassination attempt of President Trump back in Butler, Pennsylvania during a campaign rally. So a really incredible way to honor him at this inauguration, this inaugural parade there. So many different people. You see Butler County emblazoned across all of these signs walking in. Corey Comparator, they're honored at this event just hours after Trump was sworn in. Let's continue to listen in.
We're here to pay homage to the life, selfless community service, and sacrifice of Corey Comparator. Mr. Comparator, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparator. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. The band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for it, folks. Florida hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. From our VP hometown, Middletown High School Marching Band. traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. And as the Florida Firefighters Pipes and Drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state of the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. beat of the drums continues. Established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. This make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Innauguration, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green.